Welcome back to Spira R2, Season 2, Session 1. The dawn of a new hope. Manaland's revival plans start now. Manaland was at war, but Maya apparently saved it with some forbidden power by sacrificing herself. Long story short, Manaland was wrecked in a barrage between Bavel's siege and Zanarkand, and now it will take time for Manaland to recover. In fact, Manaland is in full construction recovery mode, and thus, the market is on hold and no exchange of gil is being done currently. But the exchange of items, food, clothing is highly spread amongst merchants and workers right now. And thus, our characters, our party, is not going to be getting paid for quite a while. Back to you guys.
Well then.
Oh no, wait. Shit, gotta work for gas then.
There is rations for gas and fuel.
Oh good, I need it for my flamer.
Nate, you can do your camera now. I have a much better, faster computer for it now.
Nice.
I mean, a very fast computer.
Should work.
Indeed.
During the 4 months, the city has taken damage on the perimeters, like the Blitzball Stadium, as well as the few walls. Some of the buildings have taken damage from the shells that have managed to get through the shields. The walls need to be repaired and reinforced in case of another battle. Buildings need to be fixed up and checked for survivors. Holes need to be repaired from other decks. The Blitzball Stadium needs to be repaired, as well as the Chocobo Stadium. Check the surrounding area for stragglers. You've already told about Elder Maya. You cannot contact Zanarkand and get a report on the situation. And it's been 4 long months. You were able to get some items, magical items, some potions, and other whatnots.
And I got Wally back.
And you got Wally back. During this time, you were called to to Elder Maya's. This is not supposed to be in your view. You were called to the Elder's house. This is during month 4. Mostly because of Sizurzik.
Yep.
Do you gather your party before venturing forth?
Yes. Anyone that's willing to come that's not busy anyway. As soon as I see people, message.
Everybody's been stuck, building, sleep, building, searching for survivors. Thanks to the life crystals, it's prolonged survivors. So, fortunately, you were able to find more people alive.
Good.
Unfortunately, not everybody made it out alive. After 4 months, you summarize that about 320,000 people were killed.
Ripperoni.
There was a mass sending. Sizerzik was part of that. And then the bodies were burnt in an incinerator because you just don't have the room for... there's just no room for...
It's
burial.
okay. It's okay. They can be used as fertilizer.
Actually, that is exactly what they're used for.
I guess.
When you get to the elder's house, Maggie is there. Oh, look, you are here finally. I have a request for you. Since nobody has come to our aid, and the skies have been ever so peaceful at night, I have a request for you to go onto a boat and go over to Zanarkand to see the situation there. Since I believe your carbuncle is still available, so there's still signs of hope of life over there. So I see that Zanarkand did not get too hard. So I would like you to go and scour the area and bring back anything and any information possible. Do you have any questions?
Transportation-wise, what's being provided and what do we got to pay for?
No, you will be having a boat sent out with you.
Rations?
Rations will be covered for you. And you can take this case of high potions, which is 5, and ethers, which is 3.
5 high potions. All right, I'll open up the.
Unfortunately, the market is still down, so you'll just have to make
That's
do.
still available for trades, right? We got some stuff that we can trade. Trade for trade, right? Because no gills being exchanged, but you can exchange items for items.
Yes,
For a market.
you can trade with these whatever you'd wish. It is a free market trade right now, so items are more desirable right now, but magical items still hold higher purpose.
So how many high potions were we provided?
5.
Alright, so that brings us up to 26. High pots, right? 36 plus 6?
3d6 plus 4.
Oh, okay, these are different high potions.
Let me just double check.
Is there, we have cure pots.
It's 3d6 plus 4.
So should I
And
change that
ethers
in-
are 1d6 plus 1.
So should I change it in the loots and items?
No. These are different.
Okay,
These
so
are
add
standards.
New. So I gotta go down here and hit enter. No, that's not gonna do it. I don't know how to add a table here. Table.
Oh, let me do it for you.
Add row below.
Add 4 across and like 3 deep.
Add row below. That's fine. You can just add.
So
row
how
below.
big is this boat?
This boat can comfortably sit 32 people. You'll be going with a crew of 16. There will be a plasma gun and 6 mounted turrets, just in case, and one load of missiles. But you know, it's doubtful you'll need it. It will be our smallest boat.
So I guess I was hoping for a place somewhat quiet, but this'll have to do.
Yes.
We can give you your space, man.
On to my next question for the DM. In those 4 months you said that passed,
Yes.
were we able to retrain any hit points?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so because you're working.
No, I was working you to death.
Gotcha.
It's pretty much been building and then repairing, building and repairing. I believe I have a new map for you. I got to put this behind Arc 2. Manaland reconstruction, so...
Hopefully, we'll get our chance soon to retrain or do anything
So you're
else.
able to repair certain parts, but other parts of the Manaland, upon working on it, let go, and parts of Manaland fell through.
Gotcha.
I apologize for the the whole downtown.
The Blitzball Stadium was able to be fixed, so there was a little recreational thing for the players. Chocobo Stable is still under work. Under repair, I mean.
Now, as far as Rosebud is concerned, since he died in the previous fight, I'm supposed to pay 200 gold per caster level in some kind of ceremony because he's a familiar to bring him back.
You can go instead to... And instead of the bonus that you get from the Marlboro sapling, you can just buy a Marlboro sapling. A Marlboro sapling will fetch you... $400 gil, and you just need a month of training with it to get it to your familiar states.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah. Cool. So, could that month be during what we were doing, or is it a month from?
It's a
this
month.
point?
It's a month of just under your care, and it just absorbs knowledge from you.
Okay. Then, all right. Rosebud 2.
Get some ability score increased this level.
Somebody walk away for a moment.
We walked away.
Okay.
That's why.
And is it possible that I can pay someone to teach me some spells?
No.
Okay.
There's just too much going on.
Gotcha.
What kind of spells?
I was just looking at possibly picking up some different red mage spells, different elements.
Because I have some red mage spells, so on the boat ride I could probably.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you.
But I don't know how. I don't know if I need a teaching feat or if I just do it and explain it how that works.
Haven't seen anything about that. It just looks like there's just like a gil and time requirement from what I've seen.
Apologies for the music being repeated. Just using the transmogrifier to pull some stuff over.
Since we had a bunch of time, is it possible to retrain subclasses?
No.
Alright.
You've been worked to
Way back
death.
machine then.
You've been literally worked to death.
Yeah, we were like building what's part of Manaland, bro.
Goes a
There's no
no
time.
because time restraints say otherwise. Not no, you're not allowed.
No, you're
Yeah.
time restraints are saying you were not able to because
Because they're working on the town, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
things came first.
I was mostly just asking for either for now or later because I hate using the Wayback Machine and still loves touching everything I use.
You had that entire time to retrain
No, should I?
since you disappeared.
Oh, okay. Because Wayback Machine is too damn slow.
I have other Wayback Machines available too. Alright, so you get on the boat. The crew welcomes you, and they're all really antsy to get out. So
Alright, then.
the doors open for the first time, and you have the pool of water that is holding your boats in. And I need everybody to make reflex saves.
Oh boy. Let's see what happens.
This is where I fall in and I drown.
Oh, let me go use cat's luck real quick. Holy Jesus, that was terrible. Thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind, I don't fall in.
Boop. I'm. Oh wait, that's fortitude. Whoops.
No, you rolled an 8 on it, so what's your bonus to reflex? 3.
Oh.
That's
no,
still an 11.
Oh yeah, it's still an 11. I'm gonna cat's luck. Well, I guess if I cat's luck, I also nat one.
That's
Okay,
unfortunate.
so I guess I'm going overboard.
Yeah, the next roll would have been a 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hang on, I still.
the first thing you notice is all the water starts rushing out and down. The ships that are tied to the port start coming at you and slowly fall down. Your boat wishes out into the open sea. Kataru, Dende, or Lilux, Korra,
Mhm.
you're swimming.
Ah.
And as the water rushes out, you're no longer swimming. You're on like a concrete floor.
That's not good.
Was that reflex for everybody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So here's mine.
You're there on the concrete floor as well.
Here's Celine.
And so is Celine. And now I'm going to roll the damage for everybody.
Well, do you want Leviathan and Wally too?
Yes, I do.
They're here as well.
And Wally is also there. Everybody takes 8 damage as they are tossed all around and finally smacked by the water and then ground. You're getting smacked by the ship. You're getting smacked by the waves, which feels like concrete because this is vicious waves. Much more stronger than a storm. And then finally you hit the ground as the boat made it out to sea. But now you're just in the port where all these boats are slowly leaning towards you.
Oh.
So I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble understanding what happened here.
This port
Mhm.
is about 90 feet deep.
Okay.
And then it's
Oh, was it a
solid-
lock that
And
opened?
then it's solid concrete. Yeah, it's supposed to be even with the ocean.
Oh, so we were further down than, or wait, further up?
It's like one
You're
of those.
further up.
It's like
Oh.
one of those dams where you just go inside the boat and then it just lifts you up to another
Gotcha. So-
river.
so-
yeah, a lock.
The water rushed out and took the boat with it, and we all tumbled off and hit the ground,
Hmm.
and now it's just dry. And the boat's outside now. Got
Well,
it.
I can have Wally try to throw us outwards.
Well, maybe we reprise the situation because like we're surrounded by the boats that are currently now.
And they're slowly,
Run.
yeah,
yeah.
they're slowly leaning towards you. You're not sure how long until their chains will not hold anymore.
I will use my link to have.
Leviathan is not going to swim on the ground.
No, it's gonna hang out the boat to help us get onto the boat.
The boat is not there.
Well, we're gonna swim out to the boat.
Okay, the boat's about 200 feet away from you.
Oh. Is there a ladder to climb back up, or like to just?
Yes,
GT
there
up
is a
where we're
ladder to
at?
climb back up.
Okay, well, I'm hitting myself with Windrunner.
Alright.
I want to see.
You start running out to the ocean. When you get out towards the end of the line, you do notice another 30-foot drop, but you do see the water. What kind of
Huh.
dive would you like to do?
I guess Swan Dive.
Alright, give me an acrobatics check.
I want to see a nat 1 just so we can hear the splat.
Boop.
Alright, you're able to do a decent dive. But you still take 9 damage.
I do have Nimble Faller, which means it's treated as if it were a 10-foot shorter fall.
Alright, you take 4 damage.
Thank you. Okay.
Anybody else? Cora did it beautifully. Woo!
Oh, yeah, I'll climb up on Wally and have Wally.
Were you going up the ladder?
Oh yeah, I was gonna.
Yes.
Coming up the ladder with me.
Celine, what are you doing?
I'm following husband.
So she's following me up the ladder.
Okay, let's roll a D100. Let's see if that ladder is squished. Okay, ladder is fine.
Oh, the ladder squish.
Takashi, what are you doing?
I thought I was still on the boat.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Kotaro, what are you doing?
So I was watching the cat jump into the water.
Fall into the water. Kotaro, what are you doing?
Shit, what are my options?
You can either
Can you
try to
even
climb up.
swim?
You can try to climb up the wall that one of the boats look like it's slowly sinking into. You can run off the edge and dive into the water and try to swim towards the boat, or you can get crushed by the other boats.
Swim towards a boat, he says.
Right?
Am hefty.
Leave far away from your mic. You're very quiet.
Well, you just gotta breathe the water.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily, yeah, I don't need to breathe. So drowning's not a concern. It's just being able to swim. That's the
So it
problem.
looks like you're climbing up the side.
Attempting.
Okay.
But again, that's not very good either.
All right. You're running to the ladder, and you are also fine. All right. That means Cora Delavine.
Yeah.
So, what is your option?
Trying to think.
By the way, the reflex save was 20.
Oh, so I failed that, huh?
Yes,
Okay.
you did. You're wet.
Wet as hell.
I'm so glad I made it.
What was the closest exit? Or at least out of that place?
Right now, you are. If we take a look and we zoom in, you are about here. So you
Hey, guys,
have about 500 feet to the nearest ladder.
I will
Or
be
you
right
can
back, I'm
start
sorry.
to run and try to catch up with the boat. Or you can try to get out of the way from the other boats falling into each other and crush you.
Ladder or boat? Which is closer, the ladder? Or was it the boat?
They're both in range of crushing you. Or the the boats are in range of crushing you into another ladder because there are 3 ladders to pick from. I will roll for the ladders. Ladder 1,
Boy.
ladder 2, ladder 3. There is 1 ladder you can pick from, and I'm not telling you which one it is. That is safe.
Is there a ladder here?
No, there is not, because nobody ever thought that there would ever be no water there.
Mm.
You can always do a swan dive, or you can do the rock dive.
Swan dive it is. I think that might be the safest choice. Ish.
Okay.
I'm a personal fan of the cannonball myself.
Otherwise, you'd be taking 15d6 points of damage from one of the ships as it crushes you each round.
Pleasant.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the swan dive approach. I ain't risking anything.
Give me an acrobatics check to see how well you do. Oh, nice. So you're only going to take 1 d6. You take d6 of damage. So you take 6 damage, and you're able to get into the water.
Roger, Rog.
You start off very well, but the wind slightly pushes you off, and your back kind of stings.
Bruh.
After this, I need a swim check from Cora and Delavine. As the boat is coming by to pick you up. Just need you to be stabilized. Alright, Delavine, you're fine, and Cora. I don't think they're back yet. Alright, so, Manaland did not know that the sea level has dropped. And after it rectifies takes about 6 hours to realize that the engines were seized up. Only one of the engines was working and was able to move off of a rock and fall into a trench a little further in. The water starts to rise again. The boat comes back in and picks you guys up. But first, let's wait for Cora to come back.
Yeah.
And see if and see if she's drowning. I'll play a commercial real quick.
Whilst waiting,
It's just a minute commercial.
right, but just saying about the purchases the trades that we had wanting to do. Because gonna want some Phoenix Downs.
Alright, I have retrained my subclass warrior. It's a subclass warrior.
Oh, I don't think you can train subclasses.
Green. Alright, back to being a subclass warrior.
That just sounds inconvenienced.
I don't know how subclasses work, so.
I just thought it worked something like the way variant multi-classing would work.
Alright, whatever. We'll get to Cora when they come back. You have
Yeah.
you have a couple-hour trip to Zanarkand. Where is my road map?
Where is my super suit?
Oh no, I just realized something. I'm not gonna say anything about it.
What'd you forget?
It's not what I forgot, it's what I'm realizing.
That your home is probably destroyed?
Oh yeah, no, it's gone.
You get to Zanarkand, and everybody's large on this map. And there's a cat.
Elegato. Why is everyone in Iceland?
That's probably loading up their tokens.
I see.
So everybody gets to Zanarkand. It is completely annihilated here. Everything looks just like ruins and everything. Did not have really a good map for this, so you just go ahead and explore the area.
Still on a world map.
Yeah, you're going to use your imagination.
Oh boy.
Where are we currently?
Actually, it took you, okay, so it was, you were there for Zanarkand. You are here.
Okay. What do you guys favor the terrain for? You do not like it cold? Or rocky, at least?
I like it spiced and preferably on fire.
A desert? Is there even deserts in Spira?
Let me get rid of these fumble charts because I'm not using them anymore.
Okay, I'm really sorry I had to go for
Make
a
a
second
swim
there.
check.
Make a
Oh
swim check.
no!
Uh-oh!
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I suddenly got really sick.
Oh no.
Oh.
And I think I'm okay now. I just...
No excuse. Start to drown.
Oh
Ah.
no!
Oh, you're fine.
Okay.
Yo, we're
That's
both
good.
skilled in swim, despite the fact that we're Mithras. We're Mikotes.
I mean, tigers swim very well.
Kitty swim.
You didn't jump in the water. Did I forget about you altogether?
Probably.
Perhaps.
Oh, Lux, did you go to jump in the water?
Absolutely.
I need you to make an acrobatic. Oh, since you didn't make an acrobatics check, okay.
See
You
that
see it now,
damage output.
he just runs off the ledge, just keeps like running animation as he falls into the water.
8
He
damage.
did the
Lux.
same thing with Korra.
8 damage, Lux. So you arrive at Zanarkand. Everything looks like shit. And it looks like it's been this way for years. There's a pathway that looks like it's been used quite often. Takes you to the Blitzball Stadium.
Is there how long have we been, sent?
We've been gone a while.
Also, Zanarkand looks bigger than it used to, by a lot. The boat travels to where the port was, but the port is about a mile back further than it was. It's like the tides have receded a lot. And by a lot, I mean there's a cave there. And the cave has a lot of slash marks on it, and people's bodies there in relatively period clothing without their heads.
So, different port?
What I'm hearing is loot.
I suppose, or that we're just stumbling into someone's home. You know.
You mean some
Ah.
things home at this point?
Oh, your friendly
Yeah, or
neighborhood
that.
decapitator.
Either way, something's living down there, so it's probably.
Well, not any of those people.
Are the corpses like skeletons or
They're
decaying?
skeletons, they're mummified, they're fresh.
I see.
I need to find a male voice.
So it does not look like this thing wants visitors, whatever it is.
That's kind of obvious. What's our main objective, after all?
We were going here to solicit help, I thought.
You were told to explore every inch of Zanarkand to see what you can find.
Oh, right.
I see. Well, want to choose that for starters? First point of interest that we've seen here.
Yeah. How long were we on the boat?
A
think a few
couple hours.
Yeah.
Some of you were on the boat for more hours than. For a lot longer than others.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna, during that time, cure everyone up. Because, I can I can clear a mind, regenerate the MP. So, who was hurt in that, little kerfuffle we had there?
Delavine, Cora, Lux.
Delavine, Cora, Lux. Okay. So, I'm gonna heal myself.
That is not a male.
2, 3. Okay. So that's. So I get 9. 5, 6, 7, 9.
This will work. Okay, yeah, that's nice. I just want to download it now. Alright, I don't care about it anymore. I just want to download it.
Lux, you get 11, and then who else? Celine?
Delavine. That's
Delavine.
me.
Yeah, it gets 7.
Awesome possum.
And then.
Oh, it's full house.
Cool.
I thought I could download from YouTube.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I really had to use the bathroom.
The big poop.
No.
Oh. It was a good attempt, I guess.
If it was number 2, I would have taken longer.
So, do you need to be filled in with details? Says Eric.
The last thing that I heard was about a cave with a bunch of scratch marks and bodies. That's the last part that I heard.
Yeah,
Okay,
and our
that's
main
kind of
objective-
where we're still there. And
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, okay, well, as long as we're on the boat for a few hours, I went ahead and healed a few people, because I have clearer mind and I can regenerate the MP.
Word. Who all did he heal?
Myself, Lelux, and Delavine. Lelux heals 11. If that's who I knew was hurt. So if there's anybody else who's hurt, I can help them as well.
All of us got hurt, but I can just mend Wally.
Right. Okay.
I'll sit there since we have a couple hours, because
Yeah.
mending is a standard action, so I'll take 1.
He's just sitting there, just poking at Wally to fix him.
Yeah.
Poke, are you better yet? Poke, are you better yet? Okay, now you're better.
Okay. Who else needs healing?
I'm.
It's fine because I regenerate really quickly.
Yeah, I'll take the.
You'll take a hit. Boom.
Take a hit.
You get
I'll
healed
take
for 12.
That's not me.
Okay.
It's 23. 13. Oh, why is my limit break broken? What the heck?
What's your use?
It says 0 of 2.
Okay, I have no idea. Maybe because you didn't hit your threshold yet.
Yeah, it only says active once.
Well, right,
Yeah.
but it should say of 3. It should have 3 uses, not.
Oh.
Why should it have 3 uses?
Do you have extra limit break?
Oh wait, no, that's right.
We get our 3rd use without the feat at 9th.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. That's why there's.
Okay. Did anybody else need healing?
Negative.
Nope.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I mean, Celine is missing 8.
Oh.
But I mean, she is a healer too. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I regenerate, I think, faster because I have the feet.
I think regeneration is better, depending, because you don't have to keep rolling.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I do have regen. I forgot about that. So, Celine heals 10. And then Gil, how long was the boat ride?
Several hours,
How
Uh,
many hours is several?
like 9.
yeah. Oh, okay. Then I'm back full on MP.
is 8.
I don't know. Did you sleep?
I have clearer mind.
Yeah, you can just rest. while we're-
I didn't even necessarily have to rest. With clearer mind, I can be doing anything.
Okay.
I exist. Gets mana.
Yeah.
So, what should we do now? You want to investigate this cave and see?
Hold on.
Okay.
I guess.
Did anyone bring a fishing pole by any chance?
I did not.
Okay.
I don't know. I assume maybe the crew might have one.
I can make one.
You know how long that's gonna take?
Not very long because it's a summoner spell.
Oh. To be honest, if there's like,
I don't know if it'll be able to catch anything, but
I'm just
Does that have-
saying, like, what if the fish life here is kind of
never
vastly different?
mind. It only remains for 1 minute.
That's good enough.
Good
Well, if you're
So
still like
regarding
that
the
in 1 minute,
regarding the cave situation, my vote is no.
Yeah, I feel like we should maybe try and find another place to dock first. Maybe
No
look for
matter
signs of
what you
civilization, find out what's going on with the cave, so that we're not just sailing in there blind to something that
You
could.
also hear the hymn of the faith inside. I'm tired of looking for music now.
That's just more inviting then.
Spooky.
Spooky, scary. Well, so what should we prioritize? Prioritize civilization first. Get some information about that cave. Then we head in.
Yeah, that's what-
Zurzek, you feel like you're being invited in.
There is civilization nearby, like new
I mean-
structures or ish.
can I know if it's a good feel? Like if it's a
Me
good
too.
compulsion or a bad? Like, is it gonna help me or is it gonna hurt me? Compulsion.
Let's try sense motive, if that works.
Is it a want or a need?
Alluring
You
voices.
feel like it's a faith calling out to you.
Why would I have a faith?
I don't
You
believe.
feel
in
like,
faith.
well, Lux, you feel like that your stealth, it can see right through your stealth.
Completely unseen.
He seems pretty cool.
All right, let me roll that 2 just in case.
He seems pretty cool. You also don't hear them, so.
Well,
I'll say, I'll tell them, hey, I'm being invited inside by whatever entity is in that cave.
really?
Would I have any from having skills? Knowledge. Oh, I don't have religion.
I
I have planes and nature local. I don't know if any of that would help.
I might have religion.
I have
can I hear it?
religion.
No, you can't hear it.
Oh.
What about Arcana? Any of these knowledge is going to help me in trying to figure out the region and the practices in said region. But yeah, no, I don't have religion, so.
You do find a small box in front of you now that you did not see before.
Wow.
I pick up the box.
Is it on the boat?
You're
What's
not
in
on
the
the boat.
box?
You're in front of the cave.
Oh.
What's,
Oh,
what's
we're
in
there
the
then.
box?
3 Phoenix Downs.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not ominous.
what? It was laying down like somewhere in the sand.
And it was, no, the box is part of the cave.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that's even worse.
Yeah, I'm gonna start nervously looking around for a save point, just in, like. Seems
Fighting,
like.
we're about to fight the deacons of the
Hold on, guys. We need to go outside to the world map real quick to save.
Yeah.
So let me find a campfire. Let me find a bonfire. Real
As you're
quick.
talking about this, you don't see Sizerk anymore.
Huh?
Ah, okay.
Do I have time to put those Phoenix Downs in the loot?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
there's 3 Phoenix Downs on the ground. You're not there.
Wait,
Okay.
who was holding the box? Is
I
Eric?
was.
Oh.
I need Sizerk.
Okay.
Go down to secret meetings. There's too many people here.
Okay.
Oof.
Another person comes.
Were you the supplier of those Phoenix Downs?
He takes you to another. He takes you to another plane.
What does he look like? Ooh, I have knowledge planes. Oh, I'm not gonna edit the box if they drop them on the ground. That's up to them. Odin, is that you?
Yes. How is it that you have Carbuncle? Carbuncle has been buried for more than 1,000 years now.
Well, Carbuncle called out to me, and I reached out and rescued and revived Carbuncle.
You're not from this timeline, are you?
None of us are, I believe. We were under attack, and my grandma used a forbidden spell.
Where are you from?
Yes. Would I know where I'm from?
Manaland.
Manaland. Oh, right, yeah. Manaland.
I used to reside there. If you and your allies are able to take me down in 3 turns before I start attacking, I will become your sword.
Can I gauge the strength of this guy?
No, because he's gonna always be stronger than.
Well, I just want to know how much stronger.
Speak up.
I just wanted to know how much stronger.
You're not entirely sure.
Okay. What happens if we lose? If we're not able to knock you down in 3 turns?
Did you see the gift I sent you?
Oh. Well, that only can help 3. Is that the max number of people that I can have, or is everyone going to be here?
I think if your arrogance shows past 3, then you are not deserving of me. You can always come back and try again.
So three max, myself and 2 others.
No. Come at me with all your guardians.
Oh, okay then.
But after 3 turns, I start swinging.
So we go till we're all downed, and then
Yes.
This is
He
my
says he takes out one of his swords and says, "This was a gift from my brother, Gilgamesh. You might have heard of him."
I have heard of Gilgamesh.
He takes out his sword and swipes it at you. "Tell them to come to me. I wish to see. I have not had a good fight in a many year."
I will
And then you are sent back to everyone else.
I will bow and say we will not disappoint. I hope.
And I will try to grab you again. I don't know where I just threw you.
This is the road where we found the
Oh shit.
not the right place. Yeah.
Go back to everyone else.
Okay.
Forging. Hello.
Eh.
Meow.
You have a trial ahead of you.
Oh,
Oh.
no, we're all gonna die.
Guys,
It's a puzzle. Look.
it's another summon.
Okay.
Wait, where were you?
I was summoned by the mighty Odin, and he wishes for us to challenge him.
Wait, yeah.
In that- wait,
Odin's
wait,
trial
wait.
is You have to beat him before he kills you.
In that cave?
Oh,
His trial.
He's given us 3 free rounds, and then he's starting to swing. We can do this. I know we're strong.
Okay. That's cool. Okay.
So, let me hear this straight. You've got a trial ahead of you, and you roped us into it.
yeah.
Also,
You
you now all have you all now have a brand on you of
jeez.
Odin's crest.
I
Ow.
see.
Yes, he roped you into this.
Well, I guess we don't have a choice then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We can do this,
Man.
guys.
I mean, we have a choice. We don't have to do the trial,
What?
but
Whoa.
I thought we were pushing ourselves. I thought
What in the
stronger.
world is this?
This is the arena.
Welcome, my friends.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did I not put new music on here?
Oh no, we're just hearing the same music.
Damn it. No, I didn't
Oh.
add the new music. 1 second.
Okay.
Zelda, not doing that yet.
Yes, everybody put their cell
Final
on the map.
Fantasy 6 and
Okay.
7, battle ads.
Alright, I don't know why I had
Scene
to
and
check.
map.
Apparently it's not.
Why do I have a aura?
Should turn that off, bro.
Oh, sorry guys, I left my aura on. Ugh.
Why
Final
is
Fantasy
Celine
10.
always so small?
This one does
Yeah,
not need
apparently,
aliens from another
They added
world.
survival as a skill.
OC
Yeah,
remix
they added survival
multiple
at some
Final
point.
Fantasy. And
I don't-
listen to when I'm not streaming.
Yeah, not really worried about swimming. I can breathe underwater.
Hey, by the way, I updated my token and it still doesn't display as like the new one.
That's
He
because
has
I haven't
to,
updated it.
Oh,
Yeah. Be like that.
okay. I like my new picture that I got. It still shows me using like a weird staff, but
It's a cane.
yeah. Where did it go? Where's my downloads? Okay, yeah.
And
Please prepare yourselves. I want this to be good. Not like those other riffraff who come in with their big heads.
Ah. Everyone try to make your heads as small as possible.
I need to reload this. Oops, I reloaded into the wrong campaign.
Bye, DM.
Bye.
Goodbye. Hope you fight Odin or Thor. I think.
I am Odin.
Oh.
Yeah, go fight yourself.
I win. I'm...
But wait, if you win, that also means you lose.
Yeah. Funny
It's
how
like solitaire.
Quite.
No, solitaire is you win when you finally pick up all the cards in the correct order. That way the deck is back to its original state.
Is that an extremely tiny Celine?
Yes.
Yeah. Put her in a jar.
Oh no.
Pochi doesn't,
I have no control over the size of the.
Yeah. All of us can.
I just happened to see, like,
you,
I was
you,
like,
you
what
have
the-
no control over putting people in the jars.
I mean, don't put me in a jar.
Oh,
Oof.
I reloaded.
Don't worry, I'll put you in my jar next to Lightning McQueen. Just ignore the smell.
No.
no.
Comedy.
DM's gonna have to fix ya because I have no control over.
If I'd seen this wasn't a class skill, I would have taken traits for
Wow,
free.
Celine is so tiny. So who am I fixing?
Celine. There you
There
go.
we go.
Okay. And if it's alright, I'd like my character portrait updated. If it's
Tara,
on
where
good
you
level.
at?
Wow.
Oh, right. I'm just fucking with things. Give me a sec here.
Alright, Cora, what do you have? You have HP.
I mean, I have some other resources, I suppose, but...
You have MP.
And,
Energy 1.
yeah, I have an arcane pool.
Okay, you don't have an Energy 1, so let's go with Energy 2. Okay, you don't have an Energy 2, let's go with Energy 3. You don't have any energy.
Oh,
Energy's overrated.
okay. That works for me.
Save changes. Alright, you have your new token.
Yay. Oh, you got it. Cool.
Alright, roll initiative.
Let's go.
Yay.
Because it doesn't really
Oh.
matter what your initiative is, because he goes at 50.
I rolled a 2.
Why is there two, yeah, I was gonna say.
Hello, I'm small.
What? Oh yeah, you right.
Guild Arts, where are you? We need you to Gimp Odin for
Actually,
30 turns.
Actually, I will roll initiative, just to be fair. So 18.
We might. I hope we can get some knowledge about him. You know,
Yeah.
I think it'd be nice as fast as possible.
Oops. I have 5 initiatives on the counter.
Yep. I'm adding ours right now. I had to fix something. So select myself. And select myself.
Who the hell is this?
That's a really tiny look. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why we were so small. Chitavos.
I don't think anybody's beating Odin's.
My nat 20 can't beat him. We get close
Are you
though.
trying to say that he has a higher than
Yeah.
-3 initiative count?
Odin gets off his horse, takes off his armor. It disappears.
Oh boy, he's stripping for us.
He takes off his armor. Takes off some of his magical enhancements.
Wait, do we have a gambler in the party?
Yeah, but he's MIA till like 10:30.
Damn it, we need him to throw Gil.
You're gonna be poor.
Poor as hell.
I feel like that ability should do extra damage to dancers.
Alright, that's everybody's initiative. Delavine, you're first.
Okay. Let's see. How far is this man? Oh, that's gonna double up.
And then he gets back on his horse.
So he just took all of his armor off?
And then it vanished.
Uh-huh.
He stripped for us.
Basically. Yeah, I don't think I can sneak attack unless he's blinded. I'm gonna go make a double move.
Actually, he moves up.
Oh.
So he so you guys don't have to move.
Okay, thank God. Just reconsider now. Time to rethink my strat for this move. Okay.
And he's actually huge.
He a big boy.
Bruh.
Huge.
I wanted him to be in the center.
I
We
feel
have
like
time to prepare, right?
You had time to prepare.
yeah.
Okay. And right before we start, I'm gonna give myself what do you think? Outflank or precise strike?
Outflank.
Okay. I think I know now. So.
Oh wait, I no longer have that ability to let me share it. Shoot. Forgot about that.
I guess I have no choice but a double move.
So
Alright.
if someone wants to hold their turn until after I go, I can basically cast haste on someone.
Give it to me.
Did you already? Oh, you didn't activate it. Okay.
I didn't act yet.
Give it
Yeah,
to me so
I'm
I
gonna
can
go-
5-foot step double hook.
I'm gonna go make an acrobatics check to tumble
Why?
so that I can go, you know, unless he's not gonna.
He's not going to.
He doesn't.
He
attack
has
He
with
literally
respect.
just stripped for us.
Hey, I'm sorry. You know what is I? You know.
His sword is in the ground.
Sorry. Why not?
Do not win your acrobatics and roll into his sword.
Oh no.
Yeah, if you rolled a natural 1 on your acrobatics, I would have said you rolled it right into the sword.
I just bumped my head into it.
You just bumped your head into it, roll a fortitude save, you died.
Bruh, I just hit my head too much.
And then
Major
you're like,
concussion.
oh, really? Fuck this.
Oh no.
Okay. Let's see. For my standard. Flamma. With trigger attack. That's a lot of not ones.
Oh, Jesus.
Fortunately, I have a feat that neglects some of this. Let me just go reroll. So that's 1d8. Okay, 1d8. That's 5 melee damage.
I believe you can only roll the natural 1 time.
You can reroll ones on damage rolls with both melee and firearm damage.
How many?
Yeah.
I thought it
It
was only
doesn't-
once, though.
It never says it gives an amount. It just says you re-roll once. That's how power attack is always, or not melee power was worded, and that's what Wicked Talon was written from.
You should put in your damage 1d8.
I think it only applies to the
It's the weapon,
damage. So
Yeah, I know.
So 1d
yeah,
what?
you should set it to D7 plus 1 because that's the result.
Well, it's melee and firearm attack, so the trigger attack, I think, would also...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that it would probably also apply to.
What's he rolling
So-
a d4 for?
For trigger attack damage.
Oh, okay. Give me a
It's-
total.
Stuff like sneak attack
Alright.
or
So 5 melee damage and let's see, 4 trigger attack damage.
Okay, give me a total.
So that's 9.
Wow,
So that-
big spender.
So that's 9. I didn't count with the ring, so that's be 9. 1, 2, 1, 2, 4.
Give me a total.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gil. I'm just gonna use a calculator. Screw this.
Roll20 has a calculator.
I don't want to use it. 18, 21.
It
21
will be
total.
after his turn. No one's dying. He doesn't
All right,
attack
Celine,
the
it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna use protect.
You're gonna have to speak up.
I'm going to use protect
ground.
on Delavine.
I mean, it's cute, but okay.
What?
Okay. Well, Lux, it's your turn.
First that. I'll do
Not
barrier.
yet, though,
Not yet.
because it only lasts for 5 rounds per level.
Oh.
Or 1 round per level.
He sees you cast protect, and he just puts his hands on his cheeks and goes, "That's adorable."
I headbutt him.
Protect is a deflection bonus to AC.
Yes.
Okay.
Kiana,
I'm going to hold my turn until after Sizeric.
Cora.
Okay. First off, swift action. I'm gonna scan him.
Okay.
Like to
my.
go.
Great. Now I have to look him up. I didn't want to have to look him up.
No.
Oh. Well, I guess it's a DC 20 knowledge check first. So if you want to save yourself some trouble, I could roll first.
Yeah, go ahead and look him up. Or go ahead and roll the knowledge.
Which one is it?
Planes.
Planes. Pow. Ah. Damn it.
Oh no, you're way off.
Dang it. Okay.
Wait, is scan an analysis ability?
No. Yeah, I
Oh my
know.
god!
However,
look at all those blue mage spells that will instantly kill the entire party.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'll say to that.
But you know what they don't have in here? They don't have how he acts, and this is how he would act. Immunity. Don't tell me to roll for fortitude, reflex, or will saves.
Oh,
Also,
okay.
no, he's not going to be intimidated by any rolls.
But is he kink shamed?
No,
So
he's far more kinkier than you.
let's see. Okay, so then I'm going to use an analysis ability.
Nick, stop. Nick,
Yeah.
stop.
What happened?
I know your color. I can see your arrow.
I don't see an arrow.
Ugh. Okay, what were you gonna do, Cora?
I'm going to use analysis as a move action. Because I have a ability to do that, to do lucubrate. So that's going to be another knowledge planes.
Okay.
Good lord.
Uh,
Okay, so that's 20.
Okay. What else are you gonna do?
so that didn't work.
Oh no.
Okay. Well then.
Would you like to take your standard to try to roll again? Would you like to use a hero point?
No, I think I'm just gonna cast Shining Ruby and hit everybody with a +3 deflection bonus for 5 rounds.
Why do they try to? Why do they think this will help?
Guys, we might be in over our heads here.
Hold on. I understand this might help. Just for one turn.
Oh, well.
Did he get off his horse?
Yes, he did. Actually, no, you're still over there. Kataru, it is your turn.
Okay.
Finally, a man with balls. He accepts your critical hit.
Oh wow.
Takashi, it is your turn.
Just takes it like a champ.
You scratch him.
I get the feeling this is going to turn out like that fight from Sword Art Online.
Alright, so the first thing I do is I summon a clone.
Okay.
Alright, I summon it right there.
It's
And
adorable.
Alright, and does this grant sneak attack?
Yeah, that should be flanking, right?
He's granting everybody his flat foot.
Oh.
Watch me miss nonetheless.
Alright, so I use a
his flat foot is pretty high.
Alright, I use a dagger on him with the clone.
Okay. No, that's a hit.
Alright, and then I do the sneak attack. That was 3d6.
Alright. Anything else?
That will end my turn.
Sizurzik, it is your turn.
I cast counter rockets on Kiana.
Oh, Kiana? That means Kiana's new initiative is right after Sizer.
Yep. I went from middle of the initiative list to the bottom.
Alright, Sizurzik,
Willingly.
what else are you gonna do?
I command Wally to attack.
Okay. You commend him? I commend him. Any day, Wally.
Wally, what's your...
Man, I had to turn you down earlier. Now you're quiet.
No, it's fine. I'm speaking up now. 7 is in your lot.
Then you spoke down.
Power attack, Morningstar. That is a 13.
That is a whiff.
Go Wally.
All right, Leviathan then.
Mm-hmm.
Leviathan, how I haven't seen you in ages. You must have at least 2 people in your life now. How it is nice to have just 2 people to summon.
And spin and dive, power attack.
Good luck.
Ayah.
Oh. That hits. Kiana.
I'm gonna 5-foot step, activate Dark Side, and I'm gonna sling my hook at him twice.
Alright.
Well, that's a shame. At least
Oh.
one hit.
He acknowledges you and says, okay, I think it's time to put some gear back on. He puts his arms open and he equips some magical gear. Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay, full round action.
No, he does not provoke. It's essentially, he has runes on all of his gear, and it's essentially quick draw.
Okay. Full round action. I'm gonna go 5-foot step. Surprisingly good. And I do 4 damage on that critical.
Just calculate it all.
Alright. Time to calculate.
Let's see here. I don't want you to tell me any elemental damage. That's over 10.
So no ring damage?
If it's over 10, no.
You mean under?
Under 10.
Okay. 6 plus 3.
Can you imagine a boss that would block all damage over
2,
10?
3, 4, 5,
No.
6, 7, 8. Unless it's non-elemental.
So 6 plus 5 plus 3 plus 4 plus 3 again plus 2 plus.
Crit does confirm.
Okay. Oh, let me reroll that 1d4. So that's 6 damage. Plus 3. 41 total damage.
41.
41.
I'm gonna feel bad when he puts his armor on, though.
Yeah.
Celine,
Does-
it is your turn.
Does he make fortitude saves?
For what?
For blind gloves.
Oh, that's cute.
Let me guess. Let me guess.
He doesn't have to, just like he thinks it's adorable that you're casting Protect and Deflect.
Oh well.
Celine's gonna do.
Because
Just
he
that you gotta
probably
cast the
has
barrier.
he probably has Helios's AC for 2 hit.
Say what?
What's your AC?
Exactly.
33.
Alright, that is. Who are you? You're not good with names. Kataro, you get barrier for 5 rounds.
What does that do?
He just puts his arms up in the air. Come on, hit me!
Do you know if Sammy's coming?
him on the ropes, guys. We're getting inside his head.
And then you can move, cast, and then finish movement, right? Or do you have to take movement all in one
You
turn?
can move, cast, and then you're done.
Okay. Even though she still has movement left?
What's that?
Even though she still has movement left?
No, she doesn't have any
Yes.
movement left.
That's why shot on the run and spring attack are things.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't remember what game I played, but you were allowed to move, run,
That's
move.
5e.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's easy mode for rules.
I'll be picking up 5e later. If we're,
And she be done.
Zelda
Barrier.
and Anime 5e. Well, Lux, it's your turn.
Alright, you know what? Fuck you, I'm a blue mage and I cast body.
What?
Hit, miss, hit. Crit. So that's 32 damage.
Oh yeah, I get to just use the previous or double it. Either works.
Nice.
I just like throwing more shiny mat drops.
Cora, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna try the scan one more time before I go on the offensive.
Do you want to use a hero point?
No. All I need, I don't need to roll that high. I just need.
Yes, you do.
You just need to not. roll that
It's a
low.
DC 20, no matter how much, no matter who they are.
Really?
Yeah, this just tells me what blue mage spells I can learn from it.
Oh.
It doesn't do anything else.
Yeah, that ability just lets them know that your target does in fact have spells.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
let me actually check to see if he has blue mage spells now.
Okay.
I think most of the gods do.
Yeah. So knowledge planes. Pow. Okay. Yeah. So I actually did succeed that time. So I get to know how he's gonna kill us.
Oh. Hey, get this.
Uh huh.
There's no blue mage spells.
Ah, dang it.
Funny, huh?
Weird. Okay.
Isn't it ironic?
So
But that
I'm
would
gonna
have
move-
gotten one question.
Oh. Well. Too bad. All right, I gotta go over here. So that's my move action, and then I'm going to spell strike him with arrow. So first off, let's roll for attack. Pow.
What is his dex? And spell resistance is with armor, so I need spell resistance is 10 right now. So I need let me get my note out. I need a caster level check plus your caster level. Oh, wait,
Caster.
a d20 plus caster level to beat his spell resistance.
You're a
Roll.
pure blue mage, right?
No, I'm an immortal lion. That's an archetype.
No, that's.
Yeah, but
Are you
only
single
have blue mage
classed?
levels.
No, I am also a red mage.
No, that.
Are you of all mage class?
Yes.
Then your caster level is equivalent to your hit die count.
Yeah. So 5. So I'm rolling a
D20 plus
d20.
5.
Yeah.
Alright, you cast the spell.
All right. Cool. And that will be arrow. Pew. And that hits because of the earlier 23, if that matches his AC. So
Oh.
yeah, because the spell strike is I'm hitting him with my weapon, and that delivers a spell as well. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's a
And then he needs to make a reflex save or be squalled.
No, he doesn't.
No, he said if it requires a will for
I know.
reflex.
yeah.
Also, squall does absolutely nothing.
He the squall goes around his finger and he just flicks it off.
Mhm.
Kataru,
So-
it is your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I should be casting defensively for that as well. Okay, since he's not attacking us back yet, I think it's fine, but I didn't realize.
He said he wasn't going to attack you for 3 rounds.
Yeah, I just read the description of spell strike, and it's like, oh, when you cast a spell, you can use a melee action as a free action, or something like that. It's like, so it means I have to cast a spell first.
Okay.
I didn't think it's what I wanted. I had it all figured out. Then you came, turned everything upside down. Now you're all I think about. Know you got me going crazy, because my mind is filled with you. Oh, I've been dreaming about you every day, and I don't know what to do. Baby, I don't wanna stop, no, I wanna reach the top with you. With you, I just wanna lay your body down, hold you close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down, even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks. Even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks. Baby, tell me where your love is. Is it with me or someone else? Oh, even if my heart is gonna break, I wanna do this anyway. Baby, I don't wanna stop, no, I wanna reach the top with you. With you, I just wanna lay your body down, hold you close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down, even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks. Even if my heart breaks, even if my heart breaks, even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks. Baby, I don't wanna stop, no, I wanna reach the top with you. With you, I just wanna lay your body down, hold you close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down, even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks. I just wanna lay your body down, hold you close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down, even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks.
Six damage, huh? Takashi. Wait, can you attack more than once, Katara?
Say what?
Can you attack more than once?
I don't think that's till next level.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
I'm just hasted.
Yeah.
All right, is he still considered flat-footed?
Yeah, all he did was put gear on, but he's giving you the chance to hit him.
All right, so would I still get the? I guess my question is, would I still get the sneak attack bonus?
Yeah.
You're flanking anyway.
Oh,
He's
right.
being flanked on all four sides.
All right. Well, my clone is still active, so I will use a dagger again.
You gonna pull out another clone too?
No, I said the clone was still active. It lasts for 3.
I didn't know how many clones you could use.
Oh, it's just for now. It's just the one. But the clone is active for 3 rounds. Right. And that.
Alright, you hit his 50%.
Alright, and that will end my turn.
Sizurzik, it is your turn.
Leviathan's going to attack first. Bite.
That is a miss.
Then Wally.
That is a miss.
Wally, step up your game, man. Keep rolling 2s. Garbage. Black is not that happy color. And then my turn will be Terra homing.
That is a hit.
And then not worried about the dazzled status.
That's nice.
But that is 14 damage.
Kiana. I'm surprised you didn't haste somebody else.
I should have.
Alright.
I'll do that next round. That's our final. Hurrah.
Final round.
Yeah,
of
I'll still be
being
flanking
alive.
from here. I'm a 5-foot step. Yeah, I'm still flanking. And I'm gonna swift action to activate my primal form. So the D6 electric damage is worthless, but everything else I get from it's better. And let me add in the flanking. And power attack. And double attack.
It would have been nice if
Does
you
a
got
17
XP out
hit?
there. A 17 does hit.
Okay, there you go. Minimum and a maximum damage.
Nice.
I'm glad to know, fully buffed and flanking, I only need to roll a 4 to hit.
End of round
It's
2.
an enemy that took off all
What
the
is
armor.
the flanking bonus?
Exactly.
+2.
I haven't been adding those.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
You need
Just
at least a
let you know.
17 to hit. But now, he jumps up into the air, and he transforms into a magical girl. His armor is on, and he jumps back down. And then he giggles to himself and says, I saw that off of, And then he looks around at all you, is like,
I clapped.
well, actually, you would get it. And then he names the show he saw it all off of Magic Girl 7.
Oh,
And
From
then-
Manaland. I clap.
Delavine, it is your turn.
Wow.
I
Also,
don't know.
his flat.
Could be rad. It could be like Senfo gear or
his,
fucking.
his
DP
AC
unit.
is he's still acting at flat-footed, but now his flat-footed has skyrocketed,
Oh, that's tough.
but not as much.
Well, I'm no gunner, so that's unfortunate. I'll do a full round action again. Let's see. Okay, that might have missed.
Is this touch?
That's AC, unfortunately.
Ignore that. Ignore that. All right. Up next is Celine.
Oh, I want to expend the used trigger attack damage for me. Go find that.
For what?
From my class feature. I think it was
Exchange it for what?
for temporary MP, HP.
That's fine.
Okay.
It won't matter. Worth a damn.
Hey, you never know for sure, bro.
Celine, it is your turn. Just letting you know, protect, barrier, wall. They're cute spells, but they're not going to help.
Oh my lord.
Shoot him with light.
Cast death.
No, as a white mage, you can't. Or a weak mage, you left like spells.
The white spells.
You can run up and punch him.
like that's gonna help.
She has a better chance with touch.
Oh, who wants my brutal shell? I have one more left.
I'd say just save for.
Temporary HP does not stack.
I know. I just want to use it on someone else.
On who?
You can move wherever you want.
Anyone else?
Because
Anyone
barrier
else?
was a touch, so you had to move up to him to barrier.
Alright, no, I can just skip my turn.
Are you staying right here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll skip my turn.
Well, yeah, it's hold. Like you're holding an action.
Well, I'm just holding an action.
I don't think.
All right, Lalux, it's your turn. Good
I
luck,
cast
Lalux.
body.
Yeah.
Alright, and I already have flanking in my attacks.
All right,
Does it matter?
Cora, it is your turn.
Okay. If I wanted to make a knowledge roll against him, would that? What kind of action would that be? Considering that we've
You
already
get
been
one
fighting?
free knowledge.
One free knowledge. Okay. Come on, big money.
Get him, Cora.
Bah. Okay. How many hero points do I have? Fucking. I don't know where that is.
Let's see here. Level 5.
We just
you
leveled
have,
like
You have 3 hero points.
Okay. So I can use that to re-roll this, right?
I would not use that to re-roll that. I would save it so you can roll and get a +8 next time.
Oh, okay. So if I want to do the +8, then it gets.
Or you can use your standards to roll and use a hero point to get a +8.
Nah, I'm good. Instead, am I flanking from where I'm at right now, or is it?
I have no idea where you're at.
I'm
With Leviathan.
with Leviathan.
You're,
Okay.
You're
Oh,
flanking with Leviathan.
okay. I wasn't sure if it counted if it crossed like that. Okay. So,
If it goes through both sides of the creature, it counts.
gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna full round attack to do both.
You also have your
spells.
sapling, remember?
He's not trained yet, so he's not.
Oh
able
yeah,
to
he
do
is.
anything.
He was trained for 4 months.
Oh, that happened at the beginning of the month?
Yeah.
Okay. Shit.
Do you want to throw in 3 rounds of attacking?
I mean, I don't think he'd be able to do very much.
Okay, do 3 rounds of attacking.
Okay, let me see here. Sorry, give me a sec.
If it's just his breath, don't even bother.
Yeah.
Is it just his breath?
Yeah, or...
Odin blows it back in his face.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just...
Alright, he's on the
I
sideline.
think he can bite.
Oh, okay, then.
Oh, okay, yeah. He has a natural weapon. He can bite.
Alright, roll for a natural attack.
Yeah, okay. Pow.
Alright, roll for his second attack.
Okay, 2.
That actually hits, so he actually takes
Crunch.
1 damage. Oh, and he actually has to make that DC save of 10 or take 1 strength damage. Let's hope he rolls a natural 1.
What's that die roll for? Is that for poison damage?
The DC is oh yeah, nope. And hope you roll a natural 20 on his last attack.
Okay.
29. He's acting flat-footed, so that hits. So he has to roll another natural 20. Or he has to roll another DC 2 or higher. Yeah. So your Rosebud did 2 damage.
Yay. Okay. So during this third turn of mine, I'm going to do a full round attack to do spell combat and spell strike.
Okay.
So,
Or do you want to delay to get a haste?
would that matter for me? Because I don't.
Well, I would haste either.
Aren't we on our third turn, or is this our second?
This is your
this is
third
the third.
turn.
I don't think it would matter for me because it's basically doing this way is kind of like a 2-weapon attack, but it's like casting 2 spells at once. So I'm not sure if it actually counts. Like I'd be able to do like a it's a little confusing. I'm not
Okay,
quite-
for spell combat, you can only cast 1 spell.
Right. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would allow me to make another hit with my sword, considering
It does.
that.
The way spell combat and spell strike interact is you basically cast the spell with your offhand, and you get the free attack because of that, which, because of spell strike, you can make with your sword attack instead of a touch attack. And then you get the main attack with your sword that you'd normally get as well.
Okay, so I would get 2 sword attacks. One of them with
fighting penalties.
Gotcha. Wait, hang on.
Basically, it's 2 sword attacks at a -2 penalty.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And then if one of them hits, you get to do your spell damage.
Okay.
Just you hold on to the charge of the spell.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, then I'll hold, and if you want to give me the haste, then I can
Well,
hold.
haste isn't gonna help a whole lot in your case.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then I'm just gonna
It's
go
not
ahead
like
and
you
do
can
it then.
cast 3 spells. Normally, haste is good for people that have a single big attack.
Right.
Because it's
Okay.
1 extra attack no matter what.
Gotcha.
You
Okay,
have a better
well,
chance of casting a spell anyway.
yeah. Okay, so first off, I'm gonna try and hit with my scimitar with the spell. So, okay,
Miss.
alright. And then, so that missed, and then I cast the spell with my other hand. And that's arrow.
Miss.
No. Oh, you're just
Good
going to
lord.
cast it to touch with?
Well, I mean, that's the deal. Is I did the full round attack action, so I missed with my sword and then I missed with the spell.
Okay, so you're going for like the touch attack offhand, though.
I
Yes.
suppose so. Yeah.
Yes. as opposed to spell strike, where you use your sword instead.
No, I was using both.
Okay. Well,
I can use
no, you
both.
can't use both together.
It said so. I can.
No. I don't know if you're just phrasing what you're saying poorly or misunderstanding, which is why I'm trying to clear it up.
Post in the chat.
Spell combat.
I know how spell combat works. I've played a Magus, which it's not directly off from.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where, like, normally, like, the go-to Magus for spell combat is, you cast the spell in your offhand, and you use the spell attack through spell strike to attack with that, or you can just use the spell's regular touch attack. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is are you spell striking or not?
Oh. Yeah. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess I misunderstood.
He's right.
that.
So you're casting. So if you hit with the sword does damage, and the spell goes through the sword and hits him.
Oh. Okay. Gotcha. And then. Sorry, I thought that it could be like, oh, okay, I hit him basically.
So you hit him with the scimitar, and then you cast arrow, ignore the attack, and just look at the damage.
Right, okay, never mind. I thought that there was a thing where it was like, oh, okay, I could not only use spell strike, but I could also use spell combat in the same turn.
You can.
Oh.
But in this case, it sounds like you're trying to not use spell strike.
No, I did. I did use spell strike, but I missed with my scimitar, so it doesn't matter.
So this, the way that works is you hold on to the charge in your hand, and you still have your other offhand attack, so you can make another scimitar attack. And if that one hits, your spell will go through that.
So I swing again?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you want to just make the touch attack with the spell, which would have been that 6.
Okay.
Still miss.
Well, I still miss.
On the bright side, because it was a melee touch attack, you do get to keep the spell, like the charge in your hand, as long as you don't touch anything other than your sword.
Okay. Well, then there we go.
Yeah, the Magus mechanics that this is based on are not easy.
Yeah, I got you though. Okay, so I'm still holding on to an arrow spell as long as.
Yeah, basically, the next time you hit him with your sword, you can use spell strike and deliver it, or you can just try and touch him.
Gotcha.
All right, Cora, it is Kotaro. It is your turn. Do you want to delay?
Delay for speed.
I mean,
What is your bonus to hit?
what is mine?
Yes.
It's not very high. I think it's like 7 or 8.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Never mind.
So I was like, yeah, it's not bad.
Oh, you just do you then. That's my GM advice.
Oh no, I don't like that.
I think Kiana and Tara are going to be the ones with the highest damage to benefit from haste. My attacks don't do much damage.
In the beginning, Delavine did. You did a lot of damage in the beginning, but then he started putting gear on.
Yeah. That is true.
So, Kotaro, do you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't hit him.
Well, you have, you might roll a 20.
That's fine.
And there's so many more targets in the field than just people, you guys could go a few rounds longer.
And he casts Fireball.
Oh. Okay. Well, There's not much to do but attempt. Yeah.
Takashi, it is your turn.
Oh, 21 misses. Okay.
Yeah, he has his armor
23
now.
misses.
Yeah, I don't know if I can actually do anything.
Yeah,
when
so
it's my turn.
so I guess I use a dagger again.
Okay.
Shiv him. Father.
Okay, can you do anything else?
With the attack, no. If
Yeah.
it doesn't hit, anyway.
Okay, Sai Zerzik, may I offer an opinion?
Sure.
Haste Leviathan.
Leviathan's big attack, wasn't that from using something that multiplied the damage?
What?
Whatever attack Leviathan crit on.
The spinning attack?
Yeah, isn't there a limit to how much they can use that?
It uses it every couple turns.
But he can use bites twice.
Right, it can have like normal attacks. When I
Yeah,
rolled it, it
it's
was 2 rounds, so
I
on
was
its
just
first
sure
round,
how-
so on this round, it can cast spinning dive again.
So it can. Is it a full round action?
No,
Okay, so you can do spinning attack and a bite.
but I don't think it is. Hang on.
Well, I just figured Kiana would have more damage than a bite.
Well, Kiana's already hasted.
Oh.
Kiana
Yeah,
was
there
the first that I hasted. The only other person that I would haste would be Lelux.
Oh no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect.
So,
Yeah,
Lelux.
my damage is my damage is really low without the water ring.
So does Lelux want it, or should I give it to Leviathan?
Well, if you
Yes.
give it to Leviathan, he's guaranteed to at least hit twice. If you give it to Lelux, there's a guarantee that Lelux is going to be one shot. And your haste will go to waste.
Joke's on you. That might just happen anyway.
Well, Lelux can wait his turn out until next turn, and then you can cast it on him, and then he can act.
I mean, I have plenty of MP, so -2. Whoops.
Well, there goes your MP.
And it's all gone. And everyone's hasted. It's fine. Alright, so I shall counter rocket Leviathan this turn then still. And then Wally will go first, and then I'll finish it with Leviathan.
Alright, you get a +1 attack, I believe, with haste.
Yeah, +1 to attack, +1 to reflex, 30-foot movement, and an extra attack.
+1 attack is the only thing that matters. A +1 to attack.
Yep.
Or
Extra
+1
attack
to
and
attack and extra attack at your highest BAB.
Alright, so he's going to Morningstar again.
That's a very high attack, but it misses.
It's a 15. 15 dice. plus
Actually,
that.
what if you did a spinning dive? You have a chance of rolling a natural 20.
Yeah.
Want to use a hero point
On Wally? No.
on Leviathan?
To give it the +8 on its spinning dive, first spinning dive?
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let me get to you. See what your hero points look like. Yeah, you never used a hero point. So...
Actually, it'd be at 2 or 3. No, I used one before we leveled up, then we leveled up and I got it back.
Yep, and now you're at 2. So you're adding +8 to your spinning dive.
Mm-hmm.
And with haste, you have a +9. Go for it. And you're flanking, so that's a plus 11. Odds are in your favor.
And now you nat 20. That plus 8 was wasted.
And then you nat 1.
No,
It's
if,
still plus-
plus 8.
if he nat 20s, there's still the chance of auto-confirming.
So here we go. Should I add that or no?
No, don't add that.
Okay.
Oof.
There was a good
High
chance.
wrong, please.
A natural 3.
Mm-hmm. And then here's
You needed a natural 20 to hit. I think.
here's a bite.
No, you needed a 19.
Because that would be 8 plus 11 would be
The
19.
plus 8's only on one roll.
Yeah, whatever. I gave it to them both. Kiana, it is your turn.
So,
Oh right. Yeah, because it didn't have the plus 8 was only for the bite.
now,
and
do
for the
I use a hero point for the plus 8 for my first attack?
Do it, no balls.
I will. Don't tempt me.
All right, Kiana, 1 second.
Okay.
That'll put you at 1 hero point.
Okay. That's a 35.
That hits.
Oh, that's a shame. I rolled
Yes,
a
it
10.
is.
I was hoping I'd high roll that.
And then he reaches. Are you going to take a 5-foot step?
That was a 26, though, with bonuses, isn't it?
No, that's total.
Well, no, you've got flanking and haste.
That's with flanking and haste.
Oof.
I tried.
I'm a 5-foot step away.
All right. Okay, then it's
Tactical
1, 2,
retreat.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 instead.
Oh boy.
He reaches out. His sword disappears from the ground, flies across the room, and he catches it.
I clap.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay. Man, maybe it would be nice if I had haste. Okay.
I mean,
don't
I
know.
can give it to you this round.
Now his AC is in effect. And now he smirks and said, "Now, let's see what you really have."
Joke's on you, this is what we have.
Sadly.
You fight your hardest when your life is on the line.
Ah,
Alright, I'm a full round action. That's terrible.
Celine, it is your turn.
I wanna go use Brutal Shell on 2 who's nearby. Let me see.
Okay, let's see. No one is damaged. Oh boy.
I'm gonna use Brutal Shell onto Kataro
Okay.
and Kiana. Or Korra. I bet.
Let's see.
Kataru?
Kataro and Korra.
Oh, Korra. Okay. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Sorry, what'd you give me?
8 temporary health points. Yeah, to
Thank
both of you.
Okay, good.
How much is that?
8 temporary hit points.
Just 8?
Hey, I try.
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
Should I tell them
I'm just making sure.
Since nobody's like in damage, let me see. I could just hold my spells until it gets, you know.
Or he'll just one-shot you.
Okay.
He was looking right at you and swung his sword, and then a poof was behind him, and the clone was no more.
Well, to be fair, as long as if you just look at a clone cross-eyed, it'll disappear.
If you
All right.
if he takes damage to feelings.
Lelux, it is your turn.
Once again, I cast body.
Cora, it is your turn.
Okay. Slashy time. Yeah. And yeah, okay. So there goes. Or no, I'm still holding on to that spell. Man.
You need a 19 or higher to hit.
Yeah.
I think that's also your threat range.
Yeah.
You can still use spell combat.
I will.
Oh yeah, I could try and hit him with the actual spell. But yeah, let's try and hit him, I guess, with the spell. Pow.
Okay, that provokes an attack of opportunity.
No, the touch attack does not.
It does not?
Just making the touch attack with it does not. He's not recasting the spell, he's just trying to touch him with the spell he was holding.
Yeah. Cause it basically I missed him with the spell that I had already readied.
Okay.
Yeah.
That does hit.
Cool.
Kataru.
Okay.
It is your turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Although I might want to keep the D10 just in case another clone pops up.
I can do 3 more clones, so
That's
All right. Takashi, it is your turn.
speaking of that, a new clone
Oh wait,
on the
what
table.
kind of damage was that? Arrow? Okay, minus. Okay. And I need you to make a spell resistance.
Okay. Roll 1d20 plus 5. Pow.
Alright, it did not go through.
Okay.
Actually, your spell resistance can't beat as spell SR.
Oh, I'm getting scared.
Alright, Takashi, what were you doing?
I was about to summon another clone.
Okay.
Same spot, I guess.
Alright.
Tiny clone again.
Hey!
Poof.
Alright, back to the D10.
And now... daggers. Or dagger, I guess.
Okay. Sizerzik.
Same routine.
Okay, who are you gonna cast haste on this time?
I'll haste. Let me roll a d2. One is Delavine, 2 it'll be Lelux. So the Lux gets counter rockets, fire.
Justice rocket, rocket pack, rocket fire.
And
This will
then
be the 5th round for Kiana coming up.
Yep. And Wally will swing again. Roll high this time, Wally.
Alright. Leviathan has 2 bites.
Or a bite and a tail slap and a slam. But yeah, let's go 2 bites. With
Whichever's
power-
highest.
Yes. They're both about the same. Bite. And bite.
Oh! It's a good thing you rolled a critical.
Leviathan has the critical to hit.
I just wish you rolled higher than a 5.
Yeah, that's minimum damage, you know?
Yep. He broke all of his teeth on the armor.
She did not.
Yes, she
put
did.
She put a big old dent in that armor.
No, she did not.
Big old tiny scrape.
Kiana, it is your turn. It's a good thing Odin does not have regeneration.
Well,
Oh my god. Cleveland
next
finish.
verse, same as the first. There's a 26 hit.
27?
No, oh.
No. You were 1 off. Oh no. It's not flat-footed anymore. No, it does not.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Oh, well, good news is it definitely hits Leviathan. I am not telling you that it doesn't. It does.
Ouch.
But it only takes 16 damage.
Okay.
Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay.
This is round 6. I believe your haste wears off, unfortunately.
Okay, I need to go reload. As a swift action, I will reload one of my gun arms. Just do that. Gelada.
What?
Does it hit?
No.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use Brutal Shell to someone else. Could it be?
Give it to the clone!
No! Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Give the clone hit points!
Too bad. Leviathan gets.
Actually, no. It still does more damage than it would have.
I don't
Just-
even know if you can give a clone hit points.
I mean, if it's an ally.
No, with that attitude, you can't.
Celine, it is your turn.
So how much do I get? Leviathan gets 1.
8 additional temporary HP. 8 temporary.
A temporary.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
For like-
effective. Got 19 health. So you said to be able to go into a battle dance and inspire courage. So everybody gets what this says, which is I think +1 attack and damage. Yeah.
Oh boy. Every little bit helps, so.
Just stack them on up. And did anyone get Leviathan got smacked? but I can heal it by limit break. But that's also Slim's job.
Celine? Oh, she did a battle dance? Okay.
Yeah. It's a move action, I believe, to go into battle dance for the first time, so...
Okay. Lelux. So you're getting a +1, a +2 to a... Oh no, you already have... Did you already put the +1 to a hit in?
That should be accurate.
And you are hasted. The Lux. I casted haste on you this round.
Everybody's thinking all this for fucking summon.
Oh, right, I have one more attack, don't I?
Hey, this summon is gonna, like, do work. It's gonna be
I
highly
bet
toned
he
down.
is. He likes to strip.
I don't know what his bonuses are. What's your
+11.
+11? Okay. Cora, it is your turn.
Okay.
Cora,
so
you need an 18 or higher to hit.
okay.
I'm sorry, no. I'm looking at his regular AC. You need a 20 or higher to hit. I would just focus on smacking him.
Yeah. Hang on. Something happened to my character sheet here. Disappeared. One sec. I think I need to reload.
What's his threshold? It's getting there.
Okay. There we go. So let's see. Character sheet. Okay. First off, I'm gonna do a concentration check to see if I can get this. Let's see. He said it looked like the arrow spell. He like kind of just flicked it away,
I'm
right?
gonna tell you now, you're not gonna be able to get it.
Okay. Well, I have other elements.
Your concentration check is not higher than his spell resistance. If you max to 20. Is that auto succeed? Yeah, it is an auto succeed, so you might have a chance.
Yeah, because well, this is just to get the spell off to cast defensively.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so casting defensively. So that would be DC what? If this is a level 1 spell, it's 10 plus the level of the spell.
Actually,
right?
yeah, casting defensively is your best action right now.
Yeah.
Oh god, casting defensively is... I would do the spell strike.
Yeah. I still have to cast defensively. Okay,
Yeah,
so for the spell strike, I still have to.
Let me just look at spell casting defensively.
Because it should be
Okay.
DC.
I thought
I
it was
believe-
beat the CMD. I'm like, whoa.
Nah,
It's beat a set DC.
yeah, it's like DC plus the level of the spell, which I think in this case is 11. 'Cause it's a level 1 spell.
The DC is DC 15 plus double the spell level.
Double the spell level. Oh, okay, so it would have been 12, which I beat it by 10. So I'm gonna now slash at him.
What level was the spell?
It was level 1.
Oh, so that would have been a 17.
Oh, it's 15 plus the... Oh, okay, got it. So, yeah, I still beat it, but I missed it with my scimitar, so... I'm just holding the spell now.
Alright, then just
so-
try to jam the spell into his face then.
Yeah,
And then give me a concentration check. Okay, never mind.
yeah.
Kitaru, go ahead and give me a swing.
Okay.
Oh, for those concentration checks, shouldn't I be adding the
Casting stat as well.
Yeah, the casting stat.
For a concentration check for what?
When you were making me try to overcome his spell resistance.
That's not
Spell
concentration.
resistance is D20 plus caster level.
Okay, sorry. I was a little confused by.
Yeah, I have my cheat sheet right here.
Gotcha. Okay, never mind then.
All right, Takashi, it is your turn. Your clone is getting a +1, I believe, or +2.
It was a-
+1, whatever the flanking is, and then +1 from Battle Dance. Inspire Courage.
So +3.
That's the hit and damage.
Alright, so I added the +1 attack damage, or the attack to the dagger from Inspire Courage, I guess. And then it was also a +1 damage from that as well? Or no?
Yeah, it's +1 damage too.
Okay. Alright, dagger time. Never mind. And there isn't really much I can do other than that.
Sizerzik.
Oh. I'm going to call in a Titan.
That'll be another target to hit.
Exactly. Where's Titan? Where's Titan?
I need a sword.
Alright, so first and foremost, let's get Leviathan. How many rounds was it since this tailspin?
I'm slow again.
So every 2 rounds. So this is the second round. So next round I can spin dive again. Okay, so 2 more bites. Let's add 1. And add 1. Plus 5. So 2 more bites.
Okay. What's your robot doing?
Well, he's gonna switch to all range mode. No, he's just gonna swing. Wally, swing. Swing your heart out.
All right, what are you doing?
16.
What's Titan doing?
And Titan will do his spinning dive equivalent. Rockbuster. So +1. And +1. Rock bust.
And what are you doing?
My action was call. I think call is the yeah, it's call is a standard action.
Okay. Kiana.
Well, I'm no longer hasted, so
Swing and a step, right?
yeah, that's pretty much the case. Now that's a miss. Step.
Right. Swift action. Lands here. You 3. And you 3 and 10-foot blade. Okay, Okay.
Wouldn't a 10-foot width just be that?
It's a 10-foot blast wave and a 30-foot line. The landing is a 10-foot circle, and then it does a 30-foot line.
That's not it.
So it hits you and Sizerzik.
Yeah, no, what I thought it would be like...
No, because it just sits here.
There you go.
And it functions every other turn. No.
I thought that would have been a 10-foot wide diagonal.
Oh, you're right. So it doesn't hit
Yeah.
Sizerzik. It hits... Okay, everybody make a reflex. Is that the reflex save? Reflex save. For half damage, it's not too much damage.
It's only 87.
11,
Well, I failed.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 damage.
Did it reach Rosebud?
How much HP does Rosebud have?
13.
Okay, yeah, Rosebud needs to make a reflex save. Sizerzik does not need to make a reflex save. Celine does. The DC is 22. If you did not make the DC, take 16 damage. If you passed, then you take 8 damage. And
You said it was 22?
22, yes.
Okay.
And that was his swift action.
Didn't have any chance of the fear effect.
Wait, how much damage was it?
16.
Oh, we have the resistance bonus to saves, don't we?
Oh, did we pass the DC for some of us?
22.
Okay, I passed. it.
Delavine, you were not in that.
Oh,
Aha! I take
my bad.
I'll be right back.
Who all had to roll reflex?
No, you're fine.
Celine, Kataru, Lalux, Mark II, Cora, Rosebud, and
Oh, she did
Gianna.
that.
I did not roll all dice.
It's pretty nice range.
Okay, so 8 damage to me.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay.
The Rosebud is dead again.
What? He beat the reflex save. He only took 8 damage.
Yes, and then he took the sword, and now there's 2 Rosebuds.
Oh, he got targeted?
Yeah,
Got blasted.
he got hit with a sword.
Oh.
This sword was a swift action, and then he cut him in half.
No!
You're lasting longer than I thought.
Quick question. I can make a swift action during a full round action, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a full round action again. Come on.
Miss. Miss.
Sad. Alright, who wants Brutal Shell?
I think he's
Is
giving
that
it to
adding the
everyone.
+1 from Celine as well?
I'll just tell you now, his AC is 35.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So who needs temporary
so
HP?
almost none of us can hit him without that 20. Scott.
Yes, but
Yeah.
you are very close to getting to his point.
Oh my.
Yes, he's almost about to come.
The climax.
Giggity. Oh god,
right.
I'm in front. I need to get out from being in front.
For real, who wants temporary HP right now? Say it now. Say your name at least.
If you gave it to Rosebud, Rosebud probably would have survived. Never mind.
Oh.
I'll take it. I only have 23 hit points.
All right. One more. Anyone else?
Give it to Celine.
Yeah, take me.
I'm too far away.
Then why were you giving it to Sizerzik?
I'm all the way back here.
Wait. Oh, okay. My bad. I just heard.
Give it to Odin.
No. Okay, it's either four of y'all, bro. Because I can only reach 15 feet. Okay, you know what?
Give it to. You've given it to everyone.
Two people. So I could just give one to Takeshi. I don't think I gave him additional HP. And then.
No, you can't. He's all the way over here.
Oh, I meant by the
clone.
I meant by the clone.
I don't even think a clone can. I don't know if a clone can accept temporary HP.
It should be able to.
If it's an ally.
I mean, does it disperse if in the same rulings as the yellow chocobo from the mount spell?
It has to run out of HP.
If it gets attacked in its general direction, does it instantly poof?
Yes.
No. It has 1 HP right now, I remember. But like
Always 1 HP?
later on, like it starts getting more and more HP.
Okay.
So they can actually tank a few hits, but I think maybe it's about to poof anyway, because it should be like 3 turns since you...
Okay.
Delavine, I need 10 seconds.
Leviathan and Titan. I'll give them to
Leviathan already has it, and you're giving it to Titan. Cool.
them. I didn't know. Leviathan
Celine,
had
it is your turn.
Okay, let's see. Is anybody hurt? Or are we okay?
Rosebud!
I'm in
God.
pain, but you couldn't help me right now, even if I asked for it.
Anyways,
Ooh.
I'm back. Did I miss anything? Did anybody explode?
Not yet.
Rosebud did.
Rosebud did.
all right. Should I do
I am so fucking mad.
I like this one, too.
Cure 2 for... All right. So I'm gonna use Cure 2 for the Leviathan. Just say, bro.
It sounds like you're gonna say something else.
All right. I'm gonna move back to Zanarkand. And my turn.
Okay. Well, Lux, it is your turn. Okay. Cora, it is your turn.
Okay. Let's
Wait,
try
did you walk over there, Celine?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Well,
The sword
good
right there.
thing is that you did not trigger the death effect. Bad news is that you got hit for 9, 10, 15, 17 damage.
How much damage? Yes.
You could use.
All right, Cora, what are you doing?
Can I use a reaction and use cure wounds, close wounds?
Did you use a swift action before?
No.
Then, is that your immediate action?
Yes.
Then yes. All right, Cora, what are you doing?
Okay. Let's keep this rolling then. Concentration check. I'm gonna try and cast stone this time just to see if there's anything. Okay. So that's for casting defensively. I'm gonna try and attack him with my scimitar. Does that hit?
No.
No. Okay. Then I'm just gonna try and take it and hit him with it. Pow. Oh wait, what? Oh,
Well-
sorry. I think this should be a ranged touch.
All right, roll your ranged touch.
I just fixed it. Ranged touch.
All right, it hits. Now let's see if your concentration check goes through, or your if the spell resistance goes through. Come on, natural 20.
Oh, good God.
Kataru, go ahead and swing.
Okay.
And then after that, it's Takashi. Both of you go at the same time.
Can I have the clone use a sleight of hand check with the dagger?
Sure. Okay.
Alright, so I use the dagger.
Okay. I mean, you don't get anything.
Yeah, that's just for throwing weapons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sai Zurzek, it is your turn. Kiana, it is your turn.
I will call Titan again.
He disappears. He comes back.
I will.
He does not have the temporary hit points.
Not yet. I mean, what?
Well, he left the battlefield, so any bonus effects he had on him disappeared, or stayed on the battlefield.
So there's just bonus and temporary hit points sitting there.
Yeah, they're just laying on the ground.
And I'll cast haste on Kiana again.
Okay.
Counter rockets.
Alright then. Kiana, it is your turn again.
And then Kiana can go.
And now, both of you guys can go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna swing twice. Let me guess, a 30 misses. Or 32.
Yep. So does the grapple.
The grapple only applies if I, only can trigger if I crit. There's one more thing I can do. Still got my Swift.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I'm just gonna arrow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Let me use Dark Force
Okay.
for the next round. All
1,
damage
2.
dealt is halved to everyone within 30 feet of me. To all allies.
Those are pillars or books?
They're pillars.
Oh,
well,
pillar
we
just
can.
spawned
We
on
will
me.
already know that this clone is gone. This is a swift action.
It's okay, guys. I'm having all damage.
Hall of Lead. go ahead and make fortitude saves, you two.
Oh,
Oof.
hello.
I think Battle Dance gives a +1.
Luckily, it's for 1 round. 8, 12, 13. Take 18 damage.
No, it's only for fear or charm effects.
So wait, who takes 18?
Both of you.
So it's halved.
So that's 9 damage, and you're slowed for 1 round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So he acts normal because of haste?
How would slow and haste effects work against each other in this circumstance?
I think for that 1 round they would cancel each other out, and then next round haste would come back. Because slow would fall off.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Confirm. Okay. Celine, it is your turn.
What I miss? Okay.
Oh, by the way, Delavine is dead.
All right.
What?
Takashin, are you okay? Hello?
And he just looks
Oh, am I
over and
dead?
says, that's 1. Oh, right, I need you to make a fortitude save. I'm sorry. Let me
Shit,
just,
AFK
let
for
me
a
just
moment,
double
and
check.
I died already.
All right, I'm gonna cure 2 Takashin. Yeah, whatever.
Do I make a fortitude save?
Yeah, you make a
I was
fortitude save.
AFK. Okay.
Oh, congrats.
I would like to just reiterate that
You are not dead.
What
everybody takes half damage innately within 30 feet of me.
And should I move, right?
Is he within 30 feet of you?
I would
Stay?
take maybe 5 foot
I-
steps. Don't provoke.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna
Get
take.
behind me.
Alright. And I'm going to move 5 feet behind, right next to Caesar 6. In behind. Alright, and I end my turn.
Okay, so he still takes damage then. Do you have any DR or anything, Delavine?
No.
Okay.
He did, but it wore off.
And you had 8 temporary. Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, since I don't have no idea what happened to me, but at least I'm alive. Let's see.
Miller just erupted and slammed in your face, but my
Oh,
shadows
right.
kept
You
you
also
alive.
have. I need you to make another. I need you to make an. Oh no, that's. Yeah, I need you to make
All-
another fortitude save.
All I
Okay.
can say is, by the power of Edge, I save you.
Okay, take 5 more damage.
Roger,
So-
Roger.
The status slow says it slow counters and dispels haste.
Oof.
So
Okay.
And you're going to be. How many rounds is this for? 3 rounds. Okay. Lelux, it is your turn.
Oh, I didn't make anything yet.
Oh, Delavine, it is your turn then.
I'm gonna go. How much infused bullets do I have? Okay. I'm gonna use as a swift. Oh wait, is this a swift? Yes. As a swift action, I'm gonna use Aurora on myself.
Okay.
That'll be
Oh, it's your turn.
Yeah, it's still my turn.
Take 11 damage.
Again?
Yeah, you're bleeding out.
Wait, is that 11 damage after it gets halved?
This is bleed status effect.
Let
Okay.
me go reread my limit break again.
I think it's just damage that is dealt in combat.
Nope, from any source.
Alright, heal 5 of that. Or 6.
Okay.
I bore of this. If you can't do any more damage to me, we're just gonna call it quits.
So I'm gonna use as my move action. Use blast shield onto. Let's see.
Well, now
I
that
know
you
of a
have your
surefire way to do 0 damage to him.
now that you have your limit break up, I do not feel bad at doing his other thing.
What?
Hall of Sorrow.
Who should I blast shield?
I think you blast shielded everybody.
Oh, that was brutal shell. This one's different. Okay, Kataro, you're getting blast shield.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you'll be getting. You want deflection or resistance? You can either pick of the two. Either
Oh,
one.
I mean, I guess resistance. I don't know what resistance does.
It's for saving throws.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, you do that. So what should
Okay.
be my standard? Alright, I'm gonna use
Warren,
my
how long
standard
does
action
your
to
limit
move
break
to-
last for?
It ends as soon as my turn comes up.
Oh.
Because I'm 4th level Arc Knight, not 5th.
Okay. I know this might not hit, but I'm gonna brutal shell.
Maybe
Who is the
I
purple
won't
mask?
use that thing.
Lux, you're getting brutal shell. So get a 8-10 points.
Still able to swift action slowed.
Lux? Unless he's out.
I think so, but you can only take a single move or a standard action.
Yeah, that part I knew.
I don't think it's Lux's here, Addison now.
Yeah, you keep calling out Lux.
How do you pronounce it?
Lolux. Cora, it is your turn.
Oh.
Okay. My best bet has been so far to just keep casting stuff. So I'm going to keep casting stuff unless somebody is actually dying. Is anybody actually dying? Anyone?
Yes, I'm going to kill 3 people now.
He's
Ah.
bleeding out.
Who is?
Katara.
Katara.
Wait,
Okay. And it's
No,
gonna be
you are bleeding out.
wait, I am?
No, the person who just said Kotaro is bleeding out is bleeding out.
Why? They say you always taking bleeding damage. Is that
Just-
I thought it was Delavine who was bleeding out.
Delavine is bleeding out.
Yeah. I think I healed myself with Aurora, unless that's for next round.
Okay. So Delavine has like no HP, or is just
I'm at
like a
50. I'm at 55. I'm 3/4 of max HP.
okay. Well, I just needed to know if you were like unconscious.
Alright,
And
he's putting the dice away and looking around. I think I'll go for a 2 for 1.
Okay.
Remind me, Summoner, how many did I give you?
3.
Not enough.
Excellent.
mm,
It'll be your choice if you continue after 3.
wait, we can walk. Okay. So for I'm gonna be casting stone defensively. And wow, never mind. I will not be casting stone defensively.
Okay.
So, instead, I'm just gonna attack with my sword. Well, wait. If my spell fails to cast defensively, can I still attack via spell strike, just without the spell?
Spell Strike is not casting defensively.
No,
Sense.
but you don't lose the spell, so you lose the attack that comes with the spell as well.
Okay. I'm gonna 5-foot step. Yeah. And just kind of get behind Wally a little bit. Because I don't think.
Kataru, what are you doing? Then he just looks at Lux and Kataru. You two
Oh, no.
shall have to do.
I mean, I haven't been hitting him for a while.
Yes, but you see, I'm looking for a 2 for 1 deal.
Okay.
God damn. Takashi, it is your turn.
Could do another clone, but I don't think there's anything I can do about this. There's... Nope. Did I heal for the... Was that Cure 2 directed at me?
No. But yes.
Alright,
The
so...
Cure 2 was at Tagashi.
Alright, so I'm at full health. There isn't really much I can do. I will, however... Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna move there and end my turn.
Okay, wow, that's, oof, okay. Sizurzek, it is your turn.
Alright, so this spell resistance. Yes. How would I? Because I think it automatically tries to roll it, but I don't know. Would I just roll again?
No, you fail. If you don't roll natural 20.
Well, I don't know what
But
it rolls. Because it doesn't say.
it's your caster level. It's a d20 plus your caster level.
Okay.
But it
Even
might,
if it's a.
but it might be
Huh?
over after in one turn.
It might be, but there's a chance that I could maybe knock him down. Or should I summon Mont? No. I'll attempt terrahoming. Burst volley, and this is the last round for haste for Leviathan, right?
Right.
Okay. So Leviathan will attack first. 2 more bites.
Alright, Wally.
Wally shall. Go, Wally, do it. Slam.
Alright, and now you're terror homing.
So it's 1d20 plus my caster level. Plus 5.
If we have multiple uses of limit breaks, are we able to use them literally back to back if our health persists beyond our half?
Terrahoming
Yes.
is 4, so yeah, I beat it. I think.
You have to beat his spell resistance.
Well, I rolled a 24.
His spell resistance is 30.
So nothing happened.
No. The spell bounces off of him. You needed a 20.
I mean, it was a 19. It was almost a 20.
Almost. Kiana, it is your turn.
I'm gonna do the same limit break again.
And take a 5-foot step back.
No, because I'm slowed. I can only attack or just straight up move.
Okay.
And do I move or do I let Darkseid turn itself off? I swing. I miss.
Then you fall unconscious.
What? No.
Do you use your limit break?
Yeah.
Everybody
I used
takes
the
half
same what I
damage.
used prior, which
Okay.
everyone within 30 feet takes half damage. So, Delavine does not gain that effect.
You mean Hakashi?
Hakashi, whatever.
Okay.
The person 35 feet away doesn't
I
get
have a
it.
question for you. Do you fall unconscious?
Me? No.
All right. First thing that happens is his sword gets very dark. And he goes to swing. And first, it hits you, Kiana. It very much hits you. I need a fortitude save. Then, it goes through Kataru. Then,
Oh.
it goes through Leviathan. Then, it goes through Delavine. And by that time, he sheathes it again. I need fortitude saves from all three of you guys. And then he says, I'm done.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's really good.
Your boy is good.
Yeah, your boy is really good.
Thank God I gave you that, blast shield.
That's
So-
without the bonus.
Dead?
Oh, it's a save or die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Ouch. Goner.
He has the entire cleave tree beats. And with his a special ability, it's hit, auto crit.
Oh. So even if he did hit me, he wouldn't have gotten the bonus crit damage.
Wait. I just want to inform you that remember, Vorpal is not an insta-kill on crit. It's
This
an
is not a
insta-kill on that
This is
20.
not Vorpal.
Just letting you make sure you know that.
This is death effect. And then he sheathes his blade and says, I had fun. Feel free to summon me whenever you feel the strength to come and collect me again. And then he vanishes.
Joke's on you. Even if I made the save, I would have been dead.
Depends on how much base damage it was.
I had 4 hit points.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, right. Takashi. Or not Takashi, Kataro.
What I should have done was Living Dead and went, no.
Like I said, like, I made the save, but then it's like, even if I didn't make the save, probably would be dead, but not due to the damage. Because I just don't get crit anymore.
Okay, since you take only half damage from the crit, you only take 49 damage.
Oh.
Well, wait, when you say half damage
what's
from
his
the
multiplier?
crit, is that...
It was 15d8.
Is that before or after the limit break effect?
That's after the limit break.
Ouch.
I was trying to figure out, I was like, what's his multiplier on that?
I'll still give you XP for the CR15.
I mean, we did technically pass his test.
We just had to survive.
We just didn't kill him.
Well, yeah, there's that.
You were 31 HP from passing his test and being able to capture the Pokemon.
Well, I'm gonna have to remember this location. We'll have to come back. I'll walk over and Phoenix down and Phoenix down. And
that's your mom's ex.
Wow, I did not need to know that.
Bruh.
Yeah, it is a bruh.
So you come back at 5 hit points and 2 MP.
Wait, why do I lose MP from being
You come back
raised?
with half your MP.
Why do you lose MP when you're raised?
That's how raise works.
That's logic for you.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yell
Raise
at-
shouldn't touch your MP, period.
Yell at the person who made it.
I would love to, but I'm not
Go
part of that
ahead.
garbage server.
Watch what you say, man. Who knows who's gonna be in your front door?
Alright, well, I will write down the location of this cave, because I guess you have to come back, or can I just call upon him at any time?
No, you didn't pass the trial.
But, well, to re-challenge him. He said I can re-challenge him. We have to come back to the
you don't
cave.
have to come back. You just have to resummon him.
Most idiotic thing I've heard in months.
Mm-hmm. Also, Gil, I only asked about the multiplier because, like, whatever it's multiplied by, I only eat base damage.
Okay.
That's all.
Alright, back to
There
the
was
boat,
no
I guess.
multiplier.
Ah.
Yeah, he just slapped you for 98 before it getting halved.
Jeez, can you imagine if there was a multiplier? You'd be dead.
Man,
I mean,
I'm
if
gonna
there was
get
a
real.
multiplier- Well, if there was a multiplier on his crit, then, like, it wouldn't have mattered. I don't eat extra damage from crits.
Oh, but what Gil's saying is, if you did,
I'm gonna get real. If I had,
you would become past tense for a few minutes.
Actually, that ability is just for you.
Why?
No. If the target doesn't take damage from multipliers, they take this. If the target doesn't take death from death saving throws, target takes this. If the target doesn't take this, he takes this. It has a whole list of things.
You know, I just realized
That
there's
just,
a
sounds,
hard.
that just sounds very anti my character. Since later on,
I mean, it's
It's
basically
also
saying, if I don't kill
anti-immortal.
you, I kill you.
well, I was gonna say is because like I also gain immunity to death effects later. So
Oh god, then there's two things against you with this one. No, you don't want to come back.
I just
here.
want to say if the spell existed, there's a single spell that instantly denies that, just that.
Mhm.
But it doesn't matter because protection from good and evil spells don't exist.
But now you have a cool scar. Let's take a
We
bath.
keep the
Let's take a quick bathroom break
Yes.
Okay.
after being beheaded.
I know. It's not a
And
joke.
we are
It's
back.
like, oh, never mind.
Okay.
What?
Ohio.
No.
You come back out of Zanarkand, or the cave, and yeah, you've had quite the run through. Literally.
Yes. Yes.
For a couple of us, yeah.
Wasn't that fun? We can try it again tomorrow.
No thanks.
If you summon him tomorrow, I'll kill you first.
Do we still have those brands?
You're gonna kill him, you gotta get right by me, buddy.
Yeah, what were those about? I'm sitting here like, oof.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. What's next up on our? Where are we?
We're somewhere.
We're near a cave near Zanarkand.
Yeah.
And at this point, we either go back to the boat, lick the wounds that have been freshly made for some of us, and try to find a better landing spot, probably slightly away from Zanarkand, so that we can enter Zanarkand.
I know I probably don't. I know I'm probably the one who needs this the least, but I think you guys should heal up your wounds, and then we find a dock.
Yeah.
That would be my vote.
I mean, I was thinking of resting in the
two
boat.
votes. There's 3 votes.
I'm not, because we need our mana back anyway. So we should probably rest for the night and then dock.
Oh, whoa.
Real quick, DM, do we still have those brands Odin gave us?
No.
Or is... Okay. Well, thank God we're not pets. Or something like that.
No, those brands are gone. Those were just because you had agreed, air quotes, to participate in the fight.
I see.
So
Agreed, he
what I'm hearing is if we actively said no, we don't want to fight, but because we didn't, we got the brand. So if we actively and openly stated we didn't want to fight, whatever we did wouldn't influence the people that were branded.
I mean, all of us got branded because some of us agreed to fight him.
Yes, but the people.
You're
that
welcome. Why
say
didn't you guys
anything-
want to? Why wouldn't you want to fight that? Like that's proper experience for us all.
Yeah, but I read the word Satu.
Because I choose life.
Yeah.
Nobody,
Came back. It's
nobody
fine.
declined the match offer, so he said yes.
Oh well. Well, that's things in the past. Now we're still alive.
I don't know about you, but I got this really bad pain in my neck right now.
Oh no.
It's because we're the cut markers. He totally lobbed your head off.
Phoenix sound.
Yeah, no, I have a scar like that, God. I can't remember the game she's from, but Misfortune, the zombie cat girl.
Was that Skullgirls?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, Skullgirls.
I'm surprised I knew that.
I knew at least one person in here would have known that.
Yeah, I've never played it before, but somehow I was like, oh wait.
Yeah, for some reason that game is always around.
Yeah.
Don't know how. It's just around.
But yes. Don't mind me and my gaping scar. I'm gonna go lay down.
Lie down on the boat floor?
Yes.
By the
He
way,
just starts walking off.
DM, we were talking about ways to possibly get Takeshi another dagger, since he picked up 2-weapon fighting, but he didn't grab a dagger while we were in town.
There's plenty of daggers lying around. Look, there's bodies of dead people.
Let's loot them!
Oh yeah, that's true.
You
Does
find a
anybody wanna-
masterwork dagger on them and nothing else of remarkable interest.
Can I take a bone?
Alright, take the dagger.
Nope, there's no more dagger.
Can I take a bone, DM?
A
For
what?
no reason. A bone.
A bone? Yeah, I guess. All right, you got
Put that in the
you got one of the you pick up the guy's penis. Okay, cool.
What?
Hey, what?
No, that's no, that's impossible. Boners don't exist. Unreal.
Yes, they have to be past tense, Gil.
Hey, all my games are rated for mature.
Yes.
It's okay, they're all boned anyway.
Oh.
There we go. That should do. Well, if you're planning to sleep on the floor on the boat, you should probably get a sleeping bag since we have 7 of them.
Or you'll be boned.
Mhm.
That's funny. Since we were talking about bones earlier. Well,
You might have been his first people he ever let go.
please.
Only because you knew what his magical girl transformation was. Nobody got his humor in over 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, but okay.
I wonder why.
I don't know why he would do
Odin's
that.
watched Sympho Gear. Hell yeah.
Hey, he's a fangirl. It's his interests.
Kind of weird, but
Fangirl.
okay.
Yeah, fangirl.
The man dropped down from his horse, stripped, and then flew up in the sky, and just slapped
Just
his clothes back on.
Yeah, he
That was
stripped.
the strangest sequence I've ever witnessed.
He did the
Isn't it
Hildebrand
great?
smile too.
Oh no.
Great. Alright, so
What a
rest
Chad.
for night. Sleeping
want-
bags.
Yeah. Hopefully on the boat. I don't like the sand here.
Why don't you like the sand?
I don't know. What if there's something underground?
Boats
Yeah.
are best, and how are we doing?
What if there's something underwater, man? Like, I just want to get away from the bodies. I assume this place stinks to high heaven.
Not really.
Oh.
Alright. Sleeping bags on the boat?
All right, you just camp out in the waters for the night.
Nice.
We'll weigh anchor so we don't go anywhere, so we don't wake up and we're in the middle of the ocean.
Hopefully someone's a good what is it called? A choreographer? One that
Culinary?
does
Choreographer.
Oh, choreographer.
Yeah, choreographer, the one that does maps and shit.
I thought you said a good cook.
Ew.
Unfortunately, I'm not into choreography or like calligraphy.
Cartography.
We need knowledge geography, which I have.
All right, so since we're resting for the night, that means my clones recharge.
Yes.
Yep. Should regenerate, hopefully. For how long, though? Up to full?
Okay. You know, your HP does not go to full.
Okay.
Your HP never goes to full.
How
Yeah,
long was the...
I was pulling up sleeping bag because it boosts how much you heal.
Yeah. How many hours have we rested for?
So
However many you want.
I think before we talk about sleeping proper, we expend some mana because these will not heal a couple of us, and using the mana that now will let us have full stock when we leave tomorrow.
Okay, so who needs heals?
True.
Me.
I
the
have
one that
5 hit
died.
points.
Me too.
Well,
Okay.
after the night, you
I
get
have
you heal
69
your
hit points.
HP plus your con.
Yes, but if we heal before, like not even full heal, but a good chunk heal.
There you go. You just healed 25.
Because that only gives me like 10 HP, Gil,
I hear you.
out of my 50.
Uh,
Alright, I can also Moogle Charm.
I can heal myself as well, but again, I went from 5 to 2 MP. I appreciate this, by the way.
And then,
Yeah, I don't need more healing.
who else is missing? Kataro?
Oh wow, that's actually a perfect 50. That's
Um,
funny.
It's gonna be half effectiveness.
Wow,
Unless-
Lord, my
you know.
my hit point total is better.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Who's missing the most HP right now?
I dare even say my hit point total is nice.
I'm just over half,
80. Alright.
but healing is probably not the best way to do that.
Best way to do what?
it doesn't
restore
matter. I'm
HP.
gonna restore everything anyway, so.
Well, just one cure and then it should be fine for after you sleep. Because we gain all our mana back, I believe.
Effectively, yeah. You get a lot more mana back than we get health. Even if you don't max mana.
Alright. There's 21 to whoever said they were a little over half.
Oh, I mean, that gets me from the 51 to 70.
Alright, so sleep should be doing the full 8.
Yeah.
Alright, how much does healing or sleeping recover?
It's.
You know, I feel that the one biggest downside to having the Bard song list instead of the Holy and Dark Knight spell lists is that I don't have access to Night Watch anymore.
What does that do?
Sleep is for the weak.
You can basically
no
keep
longer
watch with.
take sleep penalties while still acquiring full sleep benefits, and you can keep watch the entire night.
Mhm.
It's 1 NP. Mind you, the counter is if combat happens, you're fucked.
I mean, you don't have to participate in the fight.
So after 8 hours, it's 30 minutes of meditation for caster level plus primary casting modifier. 24 hours of complete rest is double. So it would be 5 plus 4. I would gain 9. And sheets. Those are sheets. Yeah, so that would put me to full and full. So, yeah. Selena full.
Okay, so you're the next day. You're
Wait,
in.
no, yeah.
Give me perception checks while you're in Zanarkand.
Roger, Raj.
I would like to note that I give my charisma mod to everyone.
Which is how
so
much?
an additional 3.
Okay, I got a 17 then.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, good job.
No
is everybody
pets.
rolling?
No pets, just people.
Okay. Perception.
Mr. E.
That's a 35. Or is that +3 factored in?
It wasn't factored in, I don't think.
That's a 35.
Yeah.
What do you see with your special eyes?
So what do I see?
You see a lot of things. You see some buildings that you can vaguely make out that says electronics, chocobo stables. You found. So Zerzik, you found an old blitzball.
I found an old blitzball. I pick up the blitzball.
It's a
Sorry,
masterwork blitzball.
Did we go ashore? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I kind of missed that.
Yeah, we were resting for the night, and then we docked and found a good spot to dock.
I'm sorry, I kind of spaced out, I guess. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You-
no,
Well, it kind of-
we fast traveled the actual travel part.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
We
My bad, I'm
skipped
sorry.
the boring necessities because we already given our intentions. So then that's where we're at.
Okay.
Where the
I
hell
don't-
are we here in the map?
So, Mr. E,
Blitzball.
you're looking around and you spot a ring.
What kind of ring do I find?
It's dark. Looks a little rocky.
Hmm.
I will also activate detect magic.
Well, you're a little further away. You don't detect the ring he found.
Well, no, I'm saying once I pick up the blitzball, I look around with detect magic, see if there's
The
anything
blitzball is magical.
Oh.
here. Magic blitzball of something. I'll have to identify it later.
Just had to say it right to your face.
I mean, I'm
Hey,
right.
everyone! I found this ring.
Oh. I walk over. I'm gonna detect magic on it. I don't know why I roll. Like I put that in chat. Like just in case you've forgotten what detect magic does.
Just in case you don't
You
know.
know what? With
I
detect
play Pot of
magic,
Greed.
you know what you should do with the detect magic macro? You should put your freaking spellcaster in there too.
My spellcaster.
Yeah. So when you roll your spellcrafting too. At the very top.
I don't know how to do that. We'll have to do
Open
that later.
open bracket, D20 plus your spellcrafter bonuses, end bracket.
Okay. So
And you just update it every time you level.
Oh,
Here, I'll put it in Discord.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So detect magic. So like, 1d20 plus 9. So like, this.
I have no idea where you put it. I said put it in the top, and I don't.
You did.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you meant was detect
Put it where
magic.
he put
No,
it where
I
the-
meant like
Oh,
put it in like
It's
where you says where you detect magical auras.
Oh, my bad. I put it like up at the top.
Oh, you know
so
what? That's fine too. But
I rolled a 20.
no, I'm just gonna give it to you. It's a ring of non-elemental damage.
Oh. That might be good for you. There, Takeshi.
Did you say non-elemental damage?
1d6.
Well, what?
oh,
Oh.
It's a special ring only for you.
Well, don't mind if I do.
I don't use blitzballs. Why did I not get a?
Because those are the only two items that I rolled a D1000 for.
I'm gonna learn how to blitzball. I have a big tail.
Do you
and I'm
want?
gonna learn how to use
Do you
it.
want to roll spellcraft?
Sure. Let me detect magic.
No,
Yeah.
no, don't. Oh my god.
It's a 12.
All right, you
I'll
want
put
to?
it
You're
there.
probably gonna want to take it to somebody else.
I like these low rolls I'm getting. They're fantastic. I walk up to Cora. Hey, Cora, do you know what this does?
Let's find out. Oh,
Returning.
returning.
So you smack the blitzball, it smacks the opponent, and it comes right back. Gotcha.
That's cool. Can I try it out?
Sure.
I just want to boot it and like watch it come back. Oh. That sounds cool, actually.
well,
I want to talk about that does that.
Don't you have to attune to them first?
Oh.
No, this is not by the.
I have to like chase it across the field. Ah, damn it. I got it.
Well, even
I
in
give you my
Pathfinder,
permission to throw my hat. Now go and get it.
It like falls into the creepy next door neighbor's yard over the fence. It's like-
So just to make sure, I just roll like an additional d6 of damage whenever I make a hit.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
in special, you put double open bracket, 1d6, double closed bracket, space, non-elemental damage. Because it
Yeah.
doesn't crit with a crit.
It's bonus true damage.
yeah, I'll show you what I did on mine, and you can.
But it's not bonus untyped damage. Because apparently that's still a thing.
I mean, non-elemental is effectively force damage, isn't it?
No, they still have force damage in d20.
Okay.
And psychic. And acid.
I mean, acid's acid, so that one actually kind of makes sense.
As for technology, you find some circuit boards, but these circuit boards are old as hell. They might as well be mummified cardboard.
Oh, so they are from our era.
Give me a knowledge history if you have it.
I don't. I'm just being a smartass at this point.
I believe I do. Let's find out. Knowledge history. Wah.
This, from what you've seen with the ruins and everything, everything is, as Odin says, everything is at least 1,000 years old.
Yikes.
Can I roll knowledge
What?
history?
Anyone can. Same thing. You do see what it looks like to be small encampments around.
Signs of life?
Signs of life.
Okay. Oh, do you guys want to go check out some of those encampments?
No, it's like a tent, burnt out fire.
Oh. Gotcha. So they're not like.
And there's a lot of fireflies in the area. It feels a little foreboding here.
Interesting. So recently used but not currently occupied camps.
Yes.
Well, let's see. Can I roll something to see if I can determine which direction they may have gone?
Oh yeah, that would be survival, and a pretty low roll at that, because you can just see the pathway.
Oh. I'm gonna do it anyway.
You can just see the pathway.
Alright,
You can
cool.
just see the pathway.
What kind of
All
pathway
right.
is it? We talking
It's
gravel,
the most
packed
walked,
dirt?
the most walked way.
The way of the path.
Gotcha.
leading into
Alright.
the center of the city.
Who you know the way?
Alright, everybody, be on your guard.
Oh no, I wasn't planning on this. Alright!
Let's go.
Well, I wasn't expecting this at all, but since we're here...
Oh.
Next
We're heading into the city, right, guys?
Next page, next page, next page, next page. I think we'll...
Oh boy.
I think we'll settle for this one.
We're all gonna fucking die.
Oh no. Anyway.
I need to find a map real quick. Google, don't fail me. Google, you fail. You know what? We're just gonna steal this right from the gameplay.
Stinky.
Oh no.
Yeah, Tita's would just be background. Oh wait, this is N. Wait, is Guild Arts in this campaign?
Yes.
He is.
He's not here yet, though.
That'd be great if he was.
I could text
Right?
him.
I think we would have won that fight.
Yeah, you might have.
Yeah.
I should have made myself strong.
Perhaps I should have been faster.
We should have taken that one level in Bard.
I should
Clearly.
have done janky things.
Woo! Woo!
Booga booga.
Damn it! How am I gonna set up an impossible fight if the map won't cooperate?
Easy. You don't.
While you're doing that, I think I'm gonna help Mr. E set up his.
Sounds like we're
damage
saving this for
calculation
next
really quick in secret meeting.
That's the cool part. You don't.
Mr. E, come down to secret meeting with me real quick.
And then there is some.
Well, alrighty then.
Oh, those squares are just too small. There we go. And let's do 30 pixels. Oh no, I want to go the other way.
Oh no.
Okay, then.
Let's do. Go back to 70. Let's make 3 pixels. Yeah, that sounds good. So we're just gonna. This seems like a good one. Relax. No bad music. No serious music is bad music. Damn it. I rolled into another bad campaign. I think I'm going to make it a little smaller though. Huh.
Okay,
Hello?
sorry about that.
Oh, I thought that was me.
Nope.
Oh. Go ahead and put yourselves on the map. Ignore Titus in the background.
Nice! Think of him as the surface. Where?
I love your little Roblox boy.
Thank you.
Guess we're really testing the players today.
Oh boy, we're all gonna die.
Quite.
Yeah, I gotta upload a new photo for this one. I only have throwaway monsters.
Oh.
Nice.
This is like Final Fantasy II when you can literally go to any part of the world map that you want.
Yeah, with high level enemies. I remember.
Oh, Lux is so adorable.
Small, put her in the jar. Oh shit, there goes my money.
And you are...
Oh boy. Can we keep it?
It's a behemoth.
Can we keep it?
No, it's pissed off.
Oh.
Quite, and I'm a bit too large for scale.
Yeah,
Can we eat it?
You're chunky. Behemoth you can eat.
That's totally up to you.
Wait, we're not gonna eat this thing, are we? Hopefully not.
You guys would if Walled Canyon was in the party.
Damn right.
I just spoke to Tawny, or Gildarts. He's going to be here in a few minutes.
Cool.
Do you want to wait for him?
I'd be cool with it.
Alright. Then I'll throw on a commercial.
Alright then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
La, la, la,
there was some
la,
kind of
la,
situation
la.
at work that caused him.
attack you.
Let me get level 6 in my
And we
primary
are
class
back.
first.
We got.
I could up our DPS by a lot. I just don't want to have to do it.
Bruh.
Alright, Spark Eagle, roll initiative.
Early initiative.
Well, hey, we have one more person, so summoning him tomorrow, we might be able to do it.
No,
God, no.
There's our. We only needed 10 more damage.
no.
31.
44. Okay, I was close.
Spark Eagle,
No.
also put yourself on the map.
Oh wait, I get to roll twice, right? That's right.
Well, real quick.
Yeah, time mage. That's right. Yeah, I get to roll twice.
Put yourself in the field first so it syncs to your character.
Also, put yourself on the map.
We look at me, so pretty and fancy free. Alright.
Gang's all here. Wait, is everyone here?
What? There's a gang?
Yeah, we're all here.
Gang all here.
Okay, see, perfect.
Oh wait, no, one of those is the dice. Who are we missing?
No, I think that's everybody because it's Zurzik and Celine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're counted as 2.
Okay, yeah. Gang really is all
Up
here.
first is Kiana. Oh god.
I'm gonna hold my turn until after Gildarts.
Okay. Celine, it is your turn. I think we're gonna end after this combat, because I wasn't expecting you to follow the trail of death.
You gave us a trail. You kind of like what? Man, there's a trail. A trail. It's a trail.
Yeah.
It's a trail.
That indicates you wanted us to follow it.
Not
It's a
necessarily.
T-rail?
Celine is in bathroom, so I guess hold.
Alright, Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay.
There's
This is a drop, right?
No, it's
By the
just all one piece. You're fine.
Okay.
Oh.
Man, I thought I was gonna do a meme. Who was the person that had haste?
I can give haste.
I could hold my action if you wanna.
I think
But then
somebody
Leviathan
else
would
is.
do.
Oh, okay. Never mind. So I'm just gonna take a double move action. Well, I could just run through my allies.
But you cannot charge.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just gonna full round action. Okay, maybe not run. I'll just provoke. I'll just take a double move.
Okay. Gildarts, it's your turn.
Ah!
Oh no, I'm losing viewers.
Tough. Unfortunate.
I didn't do it. Alrighty. I think I'll cast the shield spell, you know? Just for shield's sake. Or was I supposed to? Or did somebody want me to cast a spell on them? No? No takers? Okay. Oh. Have we had a long rest since the
Yes.
battle on the ship? Okay. So this should be max.
You've had like 4 months.
Oh. Keep right.
But 2 people are currently at -2 levels.
Oh yeah, for the res.
Well, I just casted this shield spell and I'm good to go.
Alright, Kiana, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I was trying to figure out what Kiana wanted me to do.
Oh no, I just want to make sure, see if I was able to path to the enemy or not with the charge, and regardless of where you went, I can.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start a bardic performance, and I'm going to attempt to inspirational boost it. Forgot to put Oh, hey, it actually works. So
What is
that's,
that?
It's instead of a +1/+1, it's a +2/+2. +2 to both hit and damage.
So Sling shouldn't battle dance then, because it won't stack right.
Correct. They're both morale bonuses.
Celine, it is your turn.
Alright,
I still have
everybody-
Swift.
Oh, sorry.
No, I still had a move.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
And your Swift?
What
my
is
switch
action?
was inspirational boost.
Your standard then?
My standard was starting the performance.
Oh, okay. Celine, it is your turn.
I think everybody's good, right?
Yeah, nobody's taking damage yet.
Help!
Alright.
I'm dying!
Oh my god.
Oh,
They're
boy.
fighting something that isn't going to be as lenient as your other guy.
It's a beast. It's food.
It's about to hurt us.
It looks delicious.
I see that.
Did
There's
I
pain
take
in the
damage?
new
I was
teeth.
AFK.
Alright, so I should just... I'll just skip.
There is pain in the
Rip.
new teeth.
Okay. Who's gonna die
Me.
first?
What?
Yes. Could be anyone.
Alright, let's count the people in the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Miny
9,
moe.
10, 11 people in the field. Who are we targeting? 11
John
people.
Cena.
Mark 2.
That one, that one, that one, that one, that one.
Volunteer guild darts as sacrifice.
I also volunteer guild arts as sacrifice.
That sounds like fun.
I need a reflex save from Mark 2.
This is Mark 3.
Well, it's about to be Mark 4. How much HP does he have?
45.
Oh.
reflex save.
Delavine, you get an attack of opportunity on him.
Oh yeah!
Stab him in the face.
Come on,
Mama!
There's no good eating meat up there.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Congrats. How much HP did you say he had?
45.
Cool.
Come on. Wait, I think he was benefiting from evasion.
Does he?
I think one of my animist things do that. Let me check.
The only thing I'm envisioning right now is the Sekiro Perilous Attack alert icon.
Zoe.
I'm envisioning the detected icon from Metal Gear.
Yep, that's also applicable.
Or
No.
Red Mage.
Otherwise, he takes 59 damage from flare.
And that's half?
Yep.
What's his
15 D6.
No, he doesn't get.
Well, you're gonna be making a Mark IV now.
This is why we have pets. They're the sacrifices. Go to go.
Jesus Christ! Real quick, DM, was this beast's mouse open when he was doing that?
No.
Okay, never mind. Because I was gonna pull a,
No, I don't.
Okay, I was about to chuck a frag
Are you
grenade.
about to jump into his mouth?
No, I was gonna pop a frag grenade in there.
He was gonna pull a Dodongo.
What the hell?
And that was
Oh, it's
regular
like
flare,
level up,
right?
yeah.
Not
Um,
any.
That was a minion, pretty much.
Oh. Wait.
You're in a high level area. But, Lelux, it's your turn. What kind of feats does he have?
So that was just the black mage flare, not like anything I could learn.
I can't update it because it requires.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was 52 damage.
Alright. I guess I just walk up to him.
Alright, 1 second.
Just walk up to him and down smash.
Was that any specific energy or no?
Fire.
Fire.
Oh wait, hold on. Flare is fire, yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, you didn't have any specific.
And he would have burning status effect on him for 12 rounds.
Well, you still have all the materials for it because he's just one liquid pile now.
Does oh my god, he hits harder than Odin. Does a 37 hit?
Barely.
Okay. 6, that's 19 damage.
Well, he's already done more damage than Odin did.
Oh no!
I have a question. Does this creature seem to have a weapon on him?
Alright, Lelux, what are you doing?
Trying not to have an aneurysm from that comment.
Yeah, I wasn't going to answer that comment either.
Oh, what do you mean? I don't know if it's just this image.
It is just that image.
Oh, okay.
Cora, it is your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna knowledge this thing first.
Okay. You have a better
Hopefully-
chance of knowledging this. Are
Okay.
you gonna look for blue mage spells?
Maybe, but this is my like free action knowledge check.
Okay.
Um,
This knowledge arcana.
Knowledge arcana.
It is a behemoth.
Ah. So no questions, huh?
It is a behemoth.
Okay. let's see. So, yeah, I will. Swift action. Are we gonna fight this thing? It looks scary.
I like that. I'm gonna swift action. Are we gonna fight this?
Yeah, I'm just like, well, because I'm like,
I'm down for booking.
I mean, two of us are already in front of this beast, and y'all are running.
I mean, like, you do you.
You can choose to disengage and run.
There's a reason I didn't go my full move speed up.
This isn't a
It just
behemoth
annihilated a robot in a single hit, and then like slaps someone else for.
Are you trying to say that I am less than a robot?
No, I've said like it melted a metal creature
Have
5 seconds ago.
Have some confidence, okay? You got me. And basically everyone here. Come on.
Okay.
Like who-
Famous last words then. Fine.
Oh boy.
I'm in
Won't be
danger.
famous if nobody knows about it.
Yeah. Right.
So y'all have fun dying.
So what was your swift action?
I was gonna scan it. So DC 20. I fail.
Oh.
I guess move action. I'm gonna. Let's lucubrate. So yeah. Sorry, I thought I put the. I should put the. Well,
Yeah, you should.
actually no, because the knowledge check changes each time. So knowledge arcana again. How? And that's +2, so it's a 31.
For what?
Lucubrate.
Alright.
And if that's versus the CR.
Okay, you beat the CR by... $10 or more.
Nice. So everybody gets a +3 to attack rolls made on it. And then finally, I'm going to use my standard action to do another Swift and spend a point from my arcane pool to grant my scimitar a +1 enhancement bonus for 1 minute.
Okay.
And that will end my turn.
Takashi, it is your turn.
Alright, first of all, what a surprise, I'm summoning a clone.
He's adorable.
Clone distract while we make a getaway.
No. Clone stay.
Oh, and that applied to...
Actually, yeah, he'll be there. Because it's only huge.
Okay, I didn't know where the actual behemoth hitbox was.
Yeah, I thought it was like at the end of that tail.
Wait.
Oh, everybody in the circle gets the +2.
I thought it
bonus.
was bigger.
No,
I'm much less
I just
afraid.
don't. It just doesn't look right when it's scrunched up.
You're right. I'm just saying. I'm much less afraid.
Alright, so...
It's only a baby.
Alright, so I think I got this right. Do I catch the behemoth flat-footed or flanking the behemoth?
Yeah, as long as you're like denying its dexterity bonus.
You are
Yeah.
currently flanking.
You are currently
Alright.
flanking.
If you can make a direct line, these 4 squares you flank.
Okay.
This one counts too.
No, it doesn't.
Nah, just gonna hit that hair.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Alright, so let's see.
Well, this would count too.
Yeah.
To the Lukes.
I'm talking about for this specific side.
Yeah.
These 4
Basically,
out of 5 squares flank that direct line.
Who's getting the
Okay.
+1 to hit?
+2 to hit though.
Who's getting the +2 to hit?
That's Takeshi, right?
Yeah, that was a 24 with a dagger.
Is Takeshi's clone getting the +2 to hit?
Yeah, because it was +3 to hit. Yeah, and the enhancement carries over to his clone as well.
All right. Yes. Now he hits. Oh, 45 damage. Wait.
Right?
D4 plus 44.
Wait, what?
Whoa, whoa.
Oh no.
Whoa.
Sorry.
1d4 plus 22.
I'm sorry. I need to put a space there.
So is that
He does get sneak
+4?
attack, but
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Supposed to be 4 plus 4 and 2 plus 2, right? Or I don't know.
Yeah. So that would be 1 plus 4
Yeah,
is 5. So 5 plus 6. So 11 total plus the non-elemental damage for both of them. Which you got to put the special in both of them as well.
Sorry, that was my bad.
no worries.
Yeah, you have to put the non-elemental in your offhand as well. It's also a masterwork. Your master or your offhand misses, but
Yeah. All right. So. Damn it.
so it's a 1 plus 4.
It's a what? It's a 1d 4 plus 4, and then the 1d 6
6,
of
7,
non-elemental
8,
damage.
plus 3d6, right?
Oh, I didn't roll the sneak attack yet.
You should put your sneak attack in your dagger macro.
Yeah. So you can just put it in the special tab if you wanted.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and roll the. Go and roll that. Sorry about that.
Let's get exporting Zanarkand.
Looks like you did some damage to him. Zyrtec, it is your turn.
Alright, so are we fighting or fleeing?
Looks like
Fuck
you're
it, let's
fighting.
kill it.
Yeah, I'm fighting it.
I mean, I don't know if that's up to us.
I mean,
The
do you
one thing
technically-
on that
You're
is
talking like
okay.
that's a decision that we're in charge of.
I mean, if you want to get Odin, you know, you say it yourself. You want to get the experience when we come back.
Hey, I could summon him now. We could go there and we're like, hey, we just kidding.
Technically,
That would be
with
bad.
with all 9 of you, you are a CR 13 against the baby behemoth.
Yeah, let's kick its ass.
But
I don't know why
HP
you-
wise, it might kill you in one hit.
Oh, HP wise, I am toast in one hit. As long as it doesn't target me. Alright, so we're fighting. So I'm gonna summon.
Whenever struck by a melee attack as a counterattack, the behemoth will return 1 claw strike attack.
Every melee?
Alright, bye, clone.
Wait, what's its attack reach? Curious.
15 feet.
Damn it.
Bop.
Bye, clone.
Oh.
Oh, clony boy. Clony boy.
So this thing is how big?
It's huge. Ignore its tail.
It's a 3x3.
Okay. So theoretically, a 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot hole would make it fall into it.
No.
No, it has a 15 by 15 by 15.
Oh, I can't make it a 15 by 15 by 15 yet.
I mean, it might get stuck, but it's not going to fall really down.
It'll definitely become
That would be-
difficult terrain.
Alright, in
Instead, we will go. Well, I have to move regardless. So let's
Everybody
move up.
make intelligence checks.
Intelligence check.
That's the core.
The GM not so subtly saying, "You're going to die if you try this."
You all passed, except for Kiana. You all
Oh, no.
passed, and Zerzik, the smart
Oh,
ones.
that's Selena.
Selena. Everybody
I rolled.
passed except for you two. This is all a bad idea.
Yeah,
Okay. You see, can
Recommend we
that
get
way.
the fuck out of here.
You need to run.
Are you sure?
I mean,
Quite.
you know what that just did to that poor clown?
Fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you keep saying that, buddy.
Well, we have stuff, but
Well, I mean, if I disable it from taking any actions, then can it really do anything?
Yes.
No.
You can stun it.
No, not stun it.
No,
Ah.
yeah, that one gambler ability that makes you go no to
Ah.
actions.
It's
That'd
like
be great, and then you can run away.
I can
Yeah.
make it prone. I can't stun it. Well, I could try.
Can you make a quadruped prone?
A big fat chocobo says it can.
If it hits.
If it hits, if I pass the spell save. But Windrun, it's only
Oh
person.
god, it has counter magic too.
Oh no.
it's a good thing I don't use magic.
It's a good thing
Or
songs
melee
aren't
weapon.
magic.
Yeah.
Oh
My
my god,
gambler
it cast that. Oh no. Oh god.
We're all
Nothing.
gonna die.
Don't worry, I'll just stop it from being able to do actions. Then it can't counterattack either.
Alright, well, I'm going to, since I'm the slowest, haste myself.
Understandable.
So. And then, yeah, it's time to GTFO.
Wait,
Or are we?
you're not the slowest? I'm
am.
the slowest.
I have 20-foot base move speed.
So do I. Get over here.
No, it's time to go. Run over our
Why?
heads. We're only level 5.
Get over here. I'm just gonna, stop it from moving for a little.
And I will pick up Celine and we
You
will
are
start-
smaller than Celine.
I will pick up Celine.
My
I'll
God.
throw her over my
Alright, your
shoulder.
movement is now 20.
My movement has been 20.
It went.
No, your hasted movement is 20.
yeah,
is
your
what he's
hasted
saying.
movement is
That's
20.
still 40. That's still 40. It's fine.
She moves faster.
True.
Picked up.
True. Alright, well. Then
This
I
is a
book it.
train wreck.
Yes, yes it is.
Yes, it is. Thanks for noticing.
Hi, my name's
So all
Gildart.
agreed, back to the boat.
What
Yeah.
boat?
Our boat.
what we came here on.
The boat.
And then we'll reconvene and see what we can do there.
So you're saying what I should do is try to slow it down and then go back to the boat.
If you can safely slow it down, yes.
Oh, I gotta get kind of close.
And I will start my retreat.
Alright?
But please, why won't you give me the haste?
Who's gonna retreat first? Just delete yourself off the map.
Alright. Well, Leviathan doesn't have haste.
No!
I do.
Somebody just delete themselves off the map. Who was here?
Huh?
Who was here? Was anyone here?
There?
1, 2,
Alright,
3,
delete.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Delete.
9. Oh, okay, no.
You're not up yet.
Celine, it's your
You're up
turn.
now.
Oh, sorry. Bye-bye.
Full withdrawal. Got it. Delavine, it is your turn.
Okay. What's an action for disengaging?
Has a
The
full withdrawal.
action.
A full withdrawal, but he has reach.
So you can attempt an acrobatics while doing so.
Perhaps.
Try to not to provoke.
And that's going to be plus 10 acrobatics because he has 2 range increments, or 3 range increments. But the first withdrawal does not count.
Well, I'm just gonna take a hit before I try to do something. Let me just use Aurora for additional protection. Oh man.
What kind of action is Aurora?
Swift action.
Okay, go ahead.
So acrobatics.
So what is a big behemoth like in
You failed your
actual-
acrobatics, you don't move.
Damn.
No, that he just provokes.
No. Yeah.
Wait, I didn't count the confidence bonus. One,
You don't
All
have
it
to.
does is
okay.
mitigate the chance of being swung at in the first place.
Well, I'm going to roll the damage now because a 48 hits.
Yeah.
That's 20 damage.
Now,
It's
A
just
48.
a natural weapon.
A 48
It's not that
attack.
strong.
ow.
No, it's just the last person running away is going to have problems. Alright, Delavine, run. You can only... yeah, a full withdrawal. Delete your token.
Oh, now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gildars, do your thing.
Let's see.
I'm simply overseeing the leaving of people.
Gildarts, what is it that you're going to try to do?
Something silly.
Is it a spell?
No.
Okay.
I was thinking about it.
Does it cost MP?
No.
Gambler hijinks.
It's all supernatural. Can I use my luck pool to move?
I don't know, can you?
I'm trying to find that out. I need to read. And with these luck, he can spend them to reroll anything, or take a swift action that does not account against the normal swift action per round.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, past features. Yeah. Alright. I just wanted to check. Damn. If only I had movement as a swift action. When do I get that?
There's a spell for that. It's just that you move other people.
There's a spell that lets you move without provoking. It's the reason spellcasters are strong.
Yeah. I don't really see a thing. Damn. Oh well. Yeet away. Why? Run away.
Oh, brave Sir Robin, he ran away.
All right, Kiana.
They boldly ran away.
So,
This is one way to get rid of a Shindroid.
just
Shoot him in the leg.
nope out of here.
You shoot the shin droid in the shin.
Those are under a lot of stress. Your boy ain't light.
Wait, did Katara never roll initiative?
Nope.
You son of a bitch. Well, you might want to roll, or he'll attack you last.
That's why I said I'm just overseeing the withdrawal here.
Hey, you might want to roll initiative.
Let me get that up real quick. Cheat.
This is how I get rid of the Shindroids.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That is not what I want to hear.
By calling them pretty.
Oh, and it goes first.
Oh, well, Lux.
Fine, if you don't want to leave, I will total defense and walk away.
No, it's not your turn, Lux. Everybody make... Okay, you and you make reflex saves.
Which use?
Just these two.
Okay.
Okay, Takashi, you pass. Lux, you do not. So you take half damage. Seven, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. Takashi, you take 10 damage. Lux, you take 21 damage. And you're pushed back 10 feet. Cora, go ahead and make a Knowledge Arcana check.
Wait, don't I have evasion as a class feature?
If you do, then you don't get pushed back 10 feet.
Oh, but I still take the 10 damage?
No, then you don't take the 10 damage.
Oh. Then...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe I have evasion as a class feature.
I mean, I get it. So I think you get it.
Also, I don't have to make knowledge checks anymore since I changed archetypes. So if it's a blue mage spell that I witnessed, then I learn it.
You learn Shockwave.
Shockwave.
Shockwave!
Lux, it is your turn.
I full withdraw.
Alright, make an acrobatics check to... Okay.
I don't need to.
You don't?
I'm 15 feet away from it, aren't I?
He has 50... No, you're 10 feet away from it.
Okay, it's hard to see what squares it's in.
Once you take another withdraw, and then... Yeah.
Yeah, no, if he withdraws, which would put him at...
He can withdraw the other 5 feet away and just go in a weird circle around and away.
Backward.
I don't think he wants to go further in.
Yeah, no, like I was gonna go back down into the right and then draw away.
Yeah, that's fine. Kataru, it is your turn.
Okay.
Oh, and I will activate Monster's Defense while I'm at it.
Okay. Oh, well, withdrawal is a full round action.
It's a swift action.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like, I checked. It's a garbage limit break, but
Alright.
better than nothing.
I will simply ready a withdrawal for when the rest of these people get the fuck out.
Okay, Cora, it is your turn.
Okay, full withdraw.
Delete yourself. Takashi, your turn.
I'll make a full withdrawal.
Okay. Delete yourself.
It's not very nice. Just delete your token.
We're tier 2 for the break bonuses now.
Alright, we're gonna make a grapple check against the Shin Droid. Jeez. Does 49 grapple you?
Sure.
By how much? By how many multiples of 5?
I'd say 4? Yeah.
Okay.
4.
Take 24 damage. As as it throws you 60 feet up into the air and then back down into the 50 feet into the air. The first one is 2d6.
Okay. He grappled me, so he eats that damage.
Yep. Lelux, it's your turn.
Is our Sindroid friend prone?
Your Shin Droid is indeed prone.
I will help him up and then walk away.
How much did you say that was, Gil?
26.
Okay.
I mean, you can just take it all away too. That's fine.
I help him up and walk away.
No, I was mathing.
Okay. Kataru, it is your turn. What is your speed?
What is my speed?
Yes.
It is a 20.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Condition, I said,
Yeah.
but I do say that like conditions are for my ready to action turn, man.
What are you doing, Kataru?
Withdrawing.
Okay. I need a reflex save from you. Take 48 damage. And 18 more damage with 6 things of fire, and you don't see them anymore.
You said how much?
48 damage plus 18 more of fire over
Okay.
the course of 6 rounds. So I know I don't have to, but
Oh man.
hey, you survived!
Yay!
I mean, yeah. That was kind of the point.
I mean, Kotaro actually didn't die.
Alright, I got
Yeah.
it out to count, so
Okay.
I'll be gone until about
See you around.
9:30.
This is why I made myself the last person.
Okay.
Like, I'm the tankiest and, like, technically the hardest to hit.
Man.
Yeah, Wally melted, I would have been turned into,
Goo?
Ash.
Simple.
I don't know if anybody saw that, but your boy got yeeted into the sky.
I did not, but
Yeah.
No, you got yeeted into like some floors above you, and then fell through those floors again.
Yeah. I mean, Takeshi too was probably equipped to kind of.
So the person who
like-
got the most out of today was probably Takeshi with that ring.
I learned a spell.
And you learned a spell.
Yay!
And we all got a Phoenix down out of this.
You
Yeah, that's
all got
true.
a Phoenix down and no XP.
And also some very valuable life experience.
Yeah. You're in a
Wait.
high level area. Stop exploring. Go home.
Okay.
Screw you.
Okay.
Alright. I think
What do we-
that's it for the night. I think you all return to the boat and say, no, we're done.
Yeah.
I've seen enough.
What? What? I'm not done. I just got here.
Sorry, pal.
We're
That's
leaving.
your fault.
With or without you.
Alright. We'll pack up here for the night and we will pick up in 2 weeks.
Cool.
Thank you for joining our train wreck, Spira R2.
Quite.
This was definitely a train wreck tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
little
love this
bit.
group.
we could have taken Odin had you been here.
All right.
I'm sorry.
You guys have a good
Literally,
night.
we would have won if you were here. That's the